I recognise there's a quorum. I therefore call council meeting number 832 to order. And as per usual, start with prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Let's stand up for whatever version of our national anthem we've got.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Item 1, leave of attendance and apologies, nil. Item 2, leave of absence, nil. Condolences, 3.1. I go to Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a condolence on the passing of the founder of the Mudgebar Foundation Centre, Mr Peter Auction, or Dr Peter Auchenbein. Could we change the record? It's actually Dr Peter Auchenbein.
Yeah, change to the doctor. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Peter passed very recently, and he spent the majority of his life actually in another nation. He travelled the world as a chemist. He got his doctorate in Switzerland, and as a Swissman, he used to refer to himself as a Swassy, a Swiss Aussie. But unlike many other community members, he retired and came to the Gold Coast and spent his entire time on the Gold Coast sowing into the community. And one of the things that he did was establish the Mudgebar Foundation Centre, which is a community centre in Mudgebar, operated privately under trust. Peter Auchenbein had fully funded that himself and continues to do that. It's a community gathering place, it's a wonderful community asset, and it's wonderful that a man like Dr Peter will be remembered for many, many years to come because of that contribution. It is a really rare contribution that someone who has success in their business and success in life comes into a little community like Mudgebar and then builds at his own cost a community centre for everyone to enjoy. You know, he was a generous donor for the Mudgebar Soccer Club, for the Mudgebar Special School, and he was one of our founding sponsors for the Darcy Doyle Art Awards, which has been on this week and will continue over the next 10 days. And it's a real loss to lose him in the community, but it's actually a wonderful legacy that his community centre and the contribution that he made through the trust, the foundation, will continue to see his name remembered for many years to come, and the community still benefit. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 3.2, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move condolences for the family of Barbara Vivian Wiltshire.
Seconder, myself.
Barbara tragically passed away on Mother's Day, unexpectedly after a sudden fall in Southport Park earlier in the month. She had her daughters by her side, Simone Murray and Lisa Hutchinson. Barbara was one of those people who, if you came near her, you would smile. She had an incredible generosity of spirit for everyone who was around her. Mr. Mayor, she loved this city. She loved the engagement with all the issues and developments and considerations for our city. But Barbara's most clear and devoted love was to her daughters and to her grandchildren, Hazel, James, Lockie and Bodie. She was even a primary caregiver for most of the life for one of her grandchildren, given health considerations. So she was a quiet member of our community, but a vital one, and she will be dearly missed.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you add Councillor Caldwell to the condolence? Okay. As there's no other condolences, we'll go to item 4, Mayoral Minute. Councillors, there's 2 today. The first one, which is the motion that I move that Councillor Mark Hamill to be appointed as chairperson of the Planning and Environment Committee in accordance with section 267 brackets 1 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Effective from the closure of today's council meeting, the 832nd meeting of the Council of the City of the Gold Coast through the conclusion of the current term. 2, that Councillor Cameron Caldwell stand down from being a member of the Planning and Environment Committee, effective immediately. Councillors, you know, Councillor Caldwell's been successful in his pre-selection from the Liberal National Party, candidate for federal electorate of Fadden, so he'll be standing for the by-election. Given that it's only human that there's more on your plate, Councillor Caldwell, and so it's time. It's then, therefore, Councillor Hamill will take over the reign. But reflecting on since your appointment in 2012 to now, the chair of planning was never changed. It's because the way you handled yourself and the qualification being a lawyer and the negotiation to have that legal fees reduced right down, in that you've brought disputes into dispute resolution down as I requested you to do, and you did that admirably. And the city has gained from that. And I would say councillors, especially long-term councillors, would agree with me. He has been one of the best planning chair the city's had in recent time. You know, Councillor Gates.
That I could just have the opportunity to say a few words as well, if that's okay,
sure.
with you.
Sure.
I've been Councillor Caldwell's deputy for much of, or most of those 12 years, I think. We've only had one spat, which isn't bad really, is it? But I did want to commend Councillor Caldwell because he's given really strong guidance from the chair. He's really been quite exemplary in his work ethic. I don't think anyone realises what comes with being planning chair in terms of the ADRs and the without prejudice meetings and the demands from the development sector for meetings. And Councillor Caldwell has done it all in his stride and with great aplomb. So congratulations and thank you.
Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to speak on 2 matters here. First, to congratulate Councillor Caldwell on his appointment as selection as the LNP candidate or Liberal candidate for the federal election. I wish him well in that, and I just want to thank him publicly for the role that he's played as chairman. I didn't know him as chairman during 2012 to 16, but since my return to council, I've been very impressed by Councillor Caldwell's capacity to manage the difficult decision process that we have to go through and the understanding that we have to achieve to make those decisions. He's been very fair in his manner of handling the committees, and I've been very grateful for that, and I've expressed those things on a number of occasions, not enough probably, but I think his role as committee chairman will be missed. Secondly, and I'm sorry, this is a bit of a negative. I'm not very happy with the process here of the appointment of Councillor Hamill, and I won't be supporting the motion. I've spoken with Councillor Hamill. He has my support, will have it, as Councillor Caldwell did, in the committee, because I think he's a very bright and capable young man, and he'll do well. But I would have liked a different process. I think we've reached a level of maturity amongst ourselves and self-respect whereby we might have had a different process in achieving that outcome. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone else want to speak for the motion? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Coming into this role, most of us come in without any planning background. And for me, I will always be grateful for the support and guidance that Councillor Caldwell provided. He provided that in a way when, even when he may not agree with the position that I was taking on something, he would assist me in identifying the arguments and what was the legal arguments to assist my case. I really, really respect and value that. I think it's a very, very difficult job in the media. I don't think the media does justice to what Councillor Caldwell's done and the extraordinary balance that he's always brought. So thank you.
Okay. You want to speak against the motion? Councillor Vorster, you had your hands up.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I'm not sure we'll have the opportunity to thank Councillor Caldwell before the by-election, but I did want to thank him for the leadership that he has demonstrated from the chair. Planning is very interesting. 99% of applications are resolved under delegation or without debate, but that 1% that requires council intervention can have massive ramifications for the future development of our city. I recall an example of a proposed 17-storey retirement living development over Lake Orr, and it was the very constructive way that Councillor Caldwell led that debate, which allowed council to ultimately resolve not to support that development, and then through the ADR process, Councillor Caldwell was able to bring us to a point where ultimately that development was not supported and provided us with the case law we needed to dramatically change the way we respond to all future development in the city that's sensitive to flooding impacts. Councillor Caldwell's impact on the city will endure for that reason, because a number of very considered positions will change the shape of future city plans. So I want to thank him for that. Mr Chairman, Mr Mayor, sorry, I took the opportunity to speak with Councillor Hamill before today, and maybe just to assuage Councillor Young's concerns, I gave him a hard time because I just know how critically important this role is. And Councillor Hamill was so thoughtful in his responses, so firm in his desire to protect amenity but also to support our economy, that I have no hesitation in supporting his candidacy today. Many of us have had the opportunity to step into a chairmanship role shortly after election. I was one of those, and there are a few others in this room. I don't necessarily believe that experience is requisite, but common sense most certainly is, and deference to the collective views of this chamber are. And I think Councillor Hamill will rise to the occasion. So very happy to support the process and the candidate. Okay. Thank you.
With that, Councillor Owen Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I was tempted to amend the recommendation today to add that we appoint Councillor Caldwell as the city's ambassador, but that's maybe a bit preemptive. Councillor Caldwell and I entered council in 2012 together, and he's held the position of Chair of Planning all that time, and it's been quite difficult at times because you have to get the balance right between what the community would like the city plan to believe it how it should be read and what the actual document is read, and so that's a difficult balance. But I think that Councillor Caldwell has always carried that very fairly and evenly. And recently, I attended along with Councillor Hamill and Councillor Baldwin Lumsden a public meeting for the Arundel Hills golf course where there were 700 odd residents, and it was the most mannered public meeting that I'd ever attended in regards to a planning matter. But Partly that was in the way that Councillor Caldwell was able to explain process, and ultimately with planning, it all involves process. So I wish him luck, and I hope that we don't see you again in July. And for the next 272 days, I look forward to supporting Councillor Hamill in his role as the new chair of the Planning and Environment Committee.
Okay. Well, in the closing speech, Councillor Caldwell, I also wish you all the best in the upcoming by-election. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Abstain? One abstain. Motion carries, supermajority. He's right. Councillor, the second one kind of flows through. We have a policy that if I'm not acting, then I appoint Councillor Gates to be acting mayor, and then from there alternates between Councillor Caldwell and Councillor Vorster, and primarily they're trained in disaster management, and that's why part of the acting mayor, the crucial part of the acting mayor, should our city gets hit with disaster, that operation part of it, the person really knows how to get in to be chair of the disaster management straight away. So in this one, I to keep it steady as she goes, I've basically removed Councillor Caldwell and left Councillor Vorster there as our acting mayor. It'd be unusual for all three of us to catch a cold or whatever it is. I think that would be appropriate. So, councillors, I'd put that the appointment of acting mayor policy be amended as outlined in my Mayoral Minute. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. 5.1. The confirmation minutes, councillors. Any corrections at 5.1? The last council meeting, 5.1. Anyone like to move for adoption? Move, Councillor Tozer. Second to Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 5.2, special meeting of the council on City Gold Coast, held on 12th of June. Any corrections there? I'll move that. Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. Mayor's report. Well, councillors, on Thursday 25th of May, Councillor Gates and Councillor Owen Jones and I attended the Century Cove International Boat Show for the official launch of the 34th show, and the weather was perfect and over 45,000 attending across the 4 days. But really the main part of it's not just attending, but it was record sales, especially in the expensive high-end sector of the yachts. $6 million boats was one of the first was sold. And now if you want that Maritimo at that level, it's a 3-year waiting list. So our marine industry is really very strong and well recognised. So if you've got a spare cash, you still got to be patient to get the homegrown best product in the world. Yeah, we're just ringing the bell, opening it up there. Then meeting with the UK High Commissioner and UK Consul General. Councillor Gates joined me in that, and we welcome Her Excellency Miss Vicky Treadell and the Consul General Mr Richard Cohen. We discussed quite a bit about the newly minted Australia UK free trade agreement, and especially for the younger Australians that can go over there. I think they can work for 3 years straight away. And there's other import and export without a lot of tariffs has been uplifted. I'm not sure how it flows regarding motor cars, because that's one of the things I'd like to know, especially the English classics. So once I work that out, I'll let you know. But effectively, our ties with United Kingdom is closer than ever, especially with the exit, with the Brexit. And 2 millionth visitor, major sporting venue. We celebrated having 2 million people visiting us in this financial year. And this is a significant increase on previous year. And it goes to show that Gold Coasters love the outdoor lifestyle. They love their sporting community infrastructure. And our major sporting centres are, as I would say, fully cost recoverable. So from community use and private use that we charge, that pays for its overheads, and it doesn't cost our budget. It doesn't impede on our budget. So that's, I would say, I mean, Brisbane always looking to the Gold Coast. I'll come to that a bit later. Everything we do, they have a look at us, because we do it the best, and they like to learn from us. And I say to Brisbane 2032, that's what you call legacy as we march towards the Olympic and Paralympic 2032. On the 29th of July, our Natural City Strategic Partnership was launched, and we celebrate our Natural City Strategy 2032, Lakeside River Hotter. The CEO and I spoke to the commitment and protection of our natural environment. There were so many volunteers that's involved in this, and that's why it's a partnership. And it's wonderful to see that the generosity of people willing to lend a hand, especially in improving our natural environment. Next one is the Gold Coast Business Award. I would divert this to our acting mayor at the time. She's at the presentation, so you can give us a report on the next few items.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. It was a pleasure to welcome all of the businesses for the very first Gold Coast Business Excellence Awards for this year. It was interesting, Mr Mayor, you mentioned our recent meeting with the High Commissioner, and I was able to tell the business community of their kind offer to provide a briefing to small business about the trade agreement, the free trade agreement, and give an opportunity for them to have some guidance in how it might help their business. So we must, into the future, try and organise that meeting, which was kindly offered when we met with them. I know that we're all incredibly supportive of the Gold Coast Business Excellence Awards, and there were a number of councillors there on the day, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Baildon Lumsden, Councillor Owen-Jones. I think we may have caught Councillor Hamill just on the way out, but I think you missed the speeches, unfortunately.
I was there for the speech.
But yeah, a great morning, and all credit to the people that put their time and effort into those awards. We had lots of new companies recognised on the day, which is always great. Mr Mayor, after that, I was able to go down and launch the Bleach Festival on the 1st of June. And again, we had a great time there at the Broadbeach Cultural Precinct. What a credit that is to the city. It was held outside of the community centre, very well attended, and of course Rosie Dennis showed the passion that she showed when she presented to us about the program of events to be held this year. The 12th year of Bleach, and we can look forward to some 218 performances. Mr Mayor, then I had one that came out of the blue, which was the opportunity to greet the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands. So Councillor Lacastra joined me. They had a delegation of about 20 people, and we hosted them right here in the chamber. CEO came along, and after a tardy start, I gave him the opportunity of welcoming them and showing a great video. Almost missed that, but anyway, it did happen. And it was a really interesting time and most enjoyable. The Solomon Islands are hosting the Pacific Games in November of this year. And so we, as a city, are able to offer them some mentoring leading up to those games, and again, some suggestions about legacy. We spoke a lot about not creating white elephants, and it was a great morning, so really pleased to have the opportunity to do that one. Then, Mr Mayor, you missed a few real good opportunities. We had the Gold Coast Australian of the Year Awards, and that was on the 6th of June. I was joined at Sky Point by Councillor Lacastra, Hamill, O'Neill, Patterson, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Owen Jones and Councillor Belden Lumsden. As we all know, we revamped our awards last year so that they more closely aligned with the state and national awards, and immediately that showed that it was the right thing to do, with Mr Claude Harvey making it to the national awards. This year it was simply wonderful to be there and present to Marco Renai, who of course founded the Men of Business Academy. There were some really worthy winners on the day. Lindsay and Robin Birch as the Senior Gold Coast Australians of the Year, Ross Lee, founder and president of My Community Legal, Local Hero of the Year, Emma McKeon, swimmer, Young Gold Coast Australian of the Year. And it was just a wonderful event in really good spirit, and everyone had a great time. Then I went down to Burleigh on the 7th of June to launch the Evolve 23 conference. That was held at Burleigh Pavilion, and there were some 300 or 400 people in the room. It was quite amazing. The conference was being held by Meeting and Events Australia, who are the longest operating and largest association for the events industry. So there was an opportunity, Mr Mayor, to sell our city, to encourage them to choose us, and I hope that I represented the city well on that occasion, because there are amazing opportunities ahead for us as an event city. 1 in 2 of every major conferences held in Queensland choose the Gold Coast. So that's a great recognition, and we're ranking 4th in the top destinations for anyone wanting to hold a conference anywhere in Australia. So we're going very well. Thank you. And I think I stopped after that.
Yeah, you do.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
He's like, yeah, you've had enough now.
And councillors, on the 11th of June, that's on Sunday, went down to Cooley Rocks On and caught up with Councillor O'Neill and Councillor McDonald. And was it the Ultimate Elvis Tribute Artist Contest? We were hopping and bopping, and but I'll go to the best bopper of them all, Councillor O'Neill, to say a few words.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I have seen your Elvis impersonation, and I'm glad you didn't do it last Sunday. No, look, everybody here knows that Cooley Rocks On is very close to my heart, being a previous chair and one of the founding members. But since major events have taken it over, it has grown from strength to strength. And congratulations to the major events team, especially Mark Duckworth, who's the creative director. We had record crowds this year. Mark's estimated around about 140,000 came through over 5 days. Wow. And the offer, certainly we had the weather was fantastic. But I think the most important thing for our city is that our traders have done well, especially in Coolangatta when they did it so tough through COVID, to have a festival like this come back and really set them up really through for the winter. Accommodation houses were full. I spoke to people who were staying at Broadbeach and Burleigh because they couldn't get accommodation closer. That's how full it was, and I think our whole city is benefiting from this festival. I think the only other thing I'd have to say is thank goodness the car cruise came back on Saturday night. Everyone was yelling for that last year, and I want to thank the Coolangatta Police in particular, who absolutely supported the car cruise coming back. Of course, there's always liability issues, and you have to do your liability risk assess management, but it was fantastic, and it was wall-to-wall people. I also went to the Beach Boys concert, Australian Beach Boys, had a ball, absolute ball, and I'm sure everybody just can't wait to get back next year, so well done to everybody. And if there was any fear that this isn't a major event, I'd say this is the major event. Thank you.
Okay. And the last item is last night, councillors, I was not feeling 100%, so I didn't want to pass my my coal or whatever to two athletes. That is the launch of Tim Su and Carlos Ocampo. But our most athletic councillors went and represent the city, and I call Councillor Castro to share us how did it went.
Just scrape into middle, just scrape into middle way. So, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, Mr. Mayor, look, it was great to be there. It was as a bit of a boxing fan. It was the room was full of who's who of Australian boxing. Even Jeff Fennick turned up to support Tim Zhu, and there was some great talent in the room. The most exciting thing was that this event is coming here to actually have a world title, a super middleweight title here on the Gold Coast. As I said last night, Tim comes from a fine pedigree, obviously with his father, Costa. Tim, at this point in time, who loves the Gold Coast, by the way, this is very much his second home. He likes to, or that's the way he sees the Gold Coast. So he's very pleased to be having this fight here in his second city. Tim's, so far, his professional record, 22 fights, no defeats, 16 of those by knockout. But Carlos Ocampo was very upbeat. He's here to win it. He sounded pretty keen, and he looked pretty hungry. So I think it's going to be a great fight. This is great for the coast. It's great that we've got behind this with Major Events Gold Coast. Obviously, TEQ have kicked in big time as well, because it's not only going to bring in thousands of boxing fans this weekend, but it's going to be beamed live, of course, through Foxtel Main Event, also KO Sports, and in America, so live on Showtime. So it's really showcasing the Gold Coast again, putting us on the map as a major destination for big international sporting events. Just in closing, it's not just this main event, which is going to be spectacular, but there's also an Australian title fight on the undercard, and there's an IBF super bantamweight world title eliminator with Australia's Sammy Goodman against Raris the Beast Halim. So it's going to be a great day on Sunday, but the place was buzzing, Mr. Mayor. So this is a great event for the city.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Councillors, with all those brief report, I move that my Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Clarifications? I've got nil. Oh, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd just like to mention a clarification that I've pointed out to the Gold Coast Bulletin this morning. I know that we get misquoted quite a bit in the bulletin, but I think I need to bring this to the attention of the meeting, especially seeing some of the residents of Kira maybe in the gallery today. I was quoted as saying that I organised a meeting for Kira residents with the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Gates. What I actually said was I arranged a meeting with planning officers but I did know that Councillor Gates had met with the residents, and I think it's important to point that out. Can't be taken back, it's on the front page and in print, but one of the journalists did say that he would make sure that the online article would be rectified. Thank you.
All right. Any other clarification then? Okay. Business arising from the minutes. I've got nil. Presentation. Anyone want to present anything? Nil. Conflict of interest globally? No. So we go to Special Budget Committee, 11.1. Councillors, I move that the report of the Special Budget and Finance Committee meeting held on Wednesday, the 24th of May 2023, covered by recommendation 1 to 4 be received. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, it's not an item, but I just wondered through you to the CEO, can you at some point just explain to us how these minutes are not adopted before we adopt our budget? Because, Mr Mayor, if you remember, I brought them forward to you at the budget adoption meeting to suggest maybe they hadn't yet been adopted. And I'd just love to have an understanding of why they're not adopted prior to our budget adoption.
No, take it on notice.
Thank you.
Right. If there's no other, I move that the remaining recommendation of the Special Budget Finance Committee, that's all of them, be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Unanimous. We now go to Lifestyle and Community Committee. Go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 6th of June 2023, covered by recommendations 1 through 8, be received. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillors Bale and Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any items, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 6.1, page 4 of the minutes, but page 23 of the agenda. It's in relation to Murlong Park, an amount of $37,000. I'd like that to be removed, if you wouldn't mind, thank you. It was works for new park furniture in that area. And I've been out to inspect with the council officers, and we just feel that we're going to reassess the number of park furniture in there.
Okay. Mr CEO, can you remove that? All right. Okay. Councillor Vorster.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, not to get bogged down on process, but perhaps we should move a changed recommendation.
Yeah.
Second part reading that the additions listed in attachment 1 be approved for the 2022-23 LAW program, with the exception of project number, and then we can just lift it from that schedule.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor Vorster. Good idea.
Is there a CR reference?
Yes, CR.
Yeah, with the exception of CR. Okay, Councillor McDonald, I might sit down for Councillor McDonald to read out that number, if that's all right.
Councillor McDonald, can you read out that number? Make sure it's the right one, otherwise we're removing somebody else's.
I can easily do that. It's CR 11888241.
Okay, would you like to move this motion then?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items you wish to deal separately, Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Lifestyle and Community Committee be adopted. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Bale and Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Thank you, Director. We go to Transport Infrastructure. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 6th of June 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillors, any item you want to deal separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Are you happy to second? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Councillor Tozer, which way did you vote? Yeah. Okay, then it's unanimous. Thank you, Director. We go to the Planning Environment Committee. Councillor Caldwell.
For the final time, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday the 8th of June 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? No?
Mr Mayor, there's a correction to the minutes. If we could just start with that, I think, with Councillor Gates.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Yeah, Mr Mayor, I noted in the minutes that on page 55 there's an error in relation to item 6.2. It indicates that the motion was carried on the casting vote of the chair, and that is not correct on this occasion, Mr Mayor, and needs to be removed. At the first time we considered this development application, that was the case, but at the committee meeting last week, I simply supported the application and we did not go through the process of...
Just looking at the line above that, the vote was 4 for and 2 against?
Correct.
Yeah, so...
So just remove that the motion was carried on the casting vote. There was no casting vote used.
Yeah, can you just amend that?
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Have we got... let's have a look here.
Declarations.
Declarations, haven't we? 6.2?
Yeah. So, Mr Mayor, I also presented a declaration to the committee meeting, which the councillors have heard now 3 times. But on this occasion...
But just on that, because just for smoothness, the screen's got Councillor O'Neill. Do you mind if I go to Councillor O'Neill first? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As is on the screen, I'm declaring a conflict of interest after receiving a $10,000 donation from Ganra Proprietary Limited in 2015, and I'll be leaving the room.
Okay. Who's next? Councillor Gates. No, we don't.
No, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, okay.
My bad. Mr Mayor, I'd like to declare that in 2014 I accepted $1,850 from UPS, the planning consultant to the project. In 2015 the same, and in 2016 $1,850, which was refunded in full. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter and ask my colleagues to consider that.
Okay. Just on that, as we're speaking on it, I look at the committee minutes there. Did not vote with yourself, Councillor Neal, which is fine because she's leaving the room, and Councillor Caldwell, you didn't vote, so you won't be. You got a declaration then, I guess.
I do, yes.
Okay. So you won't be voting on this one, okay? No. All right, then, in the procedural motion in the committee, Councillor Owen Jones, would you move the same?
Yes, Mr.
And second, Councillor Peter Young? Same, all right. Anyone want to speak against the motion on the screen? Councillor after we vote, they're not going to vote.
Oh, so we're just doing this procedural motion?
Yeah, that's all.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I was just...
No, that's good. That's good. All right. No, anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor McDonald.
Against? Did not vote are Councillor Gates, Caldwell and O'Neill. Motion carried. We now go to Councillor Caldwell for his declaration.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This is the same declaration that I made at committee and have made consistently since the donation was received, I believe in 2015, and that is that Ganra Proprietary Limited as trustee made a donation to my 2016 election campaign. That was $10,000 received on the 19th of February 2016, and I am voluntarily deciding to leave the room and not participate in the decision. Okay, could you both, Councillor O'Neill and yourself, leave the room now as we're going to commence the debate and motion and decide on things. On the notes there, Councillor Owen-Jones, you're still happy to move the motion?
Mr Mayor, Councillor Hamill spoke at length at the committee meeting in regards to it, so I'm happy for him to move it if he'd like.
Okay. Councillor Hamill, you moved the motion?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Owen-Jones. All right. Councillor Hamill, you want to say a few words? No? Councillor Hamill? No?
Mr Mayor, I'll repeat what I put into the public record at committee again, if that's all right.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, so again, I made the point at committee that I thought, given the size of this application and the attention it's received, it was important in supporting it, to put my reasons on the record for that support. So in approaching my decision to support this application, I've taken the opportunity to visit the site in the local area on several occasions. I've also taken the opportunity to read all submissions and correspondence received from residents. I'd like to start by taking the time on the public record to explain my reasoning in coming to a decision to support this application today. In my opinion, Building 1, given it already has approval for 16 stories and there's no change envisaged, doesn't form part of this application except in considering the holistic site as a whole. How do all the other buildings, the landscaping, the built form work together? Building 2, the applicant is seeking a height increase of 11.2 metres and a bedroom increase to 209 bedrooms, up 59 from the approved building that is in place. While I do believe a reasonable person would be able to tell the difference between a 37.4 and 48.6 metre building, I believe there is minimal additional impact on surrounding residents in terms of sightline and shadow impacts. In that, sightline and shadow impacts based on the current approval have not increased by a significant margin. What I do believe, Mr Mayor, is that the built form proposed as part of the new application is far superior to the current approval and warrants the height increase of Building 2. Building 3 is the resort building. The application seeks a 5.1 metre increase to the approved building height and an increase of 12 bedrooms in the hotel resort. Again, I believe the proposed building as part of this application is a superior outcome to the already approved building, and I do not believe that a reasonable person looking from Marine Parade will be able to tell the difference between 19 metres and 24.1 metres. I also do not believe it will have a negative impact on the heritage-listed Kira Surf Club, which again points that our professional officers in our Office of Architecture and Heritage have also made a key point, and our visual amenity expert also agreed with. I am very happy to see that due consideration and clarification of access and noise concerns in relation to the resort pool have been considered. I'm now confident all reasonable conditions are now in place to mitigate these concerns. One of the main comments I hear from people all across the city, Mr Mayor, but especially in the coastal corridor spine, is they hate when on one city block you end up with 5 or 6 towers that don't connect together at all. When their built form outcome, their landscape outcome don't connect together and there's no synergy between buildings. Here is a development that an applicant has spent 10 years amalgamating to secure an entire city block. I reflect on what the outcome could have been if we didn't have this proposal, which could have been 5 or 6 towers that would have had closer separation distances, wouldn't have had the same built form outcomes, wouldn't have shared landscaping outcomes, and wouldn't have provided the additional car parking beyond the acceptable outcome that this proposal does. We are always pushing the development industry, and that is something reflected in community support for developers to take out city blocks to deliver better outcomes. In this circumstance, that's what we've got. Mr. Mayor, planning legislation and city plan are difficult enough to understand at the best of times. When you compile this with several applications with changes, alterations over a decade, it becomes a very difficult thing to track, especially for local residents who have taken an interest in this application from its earliest stages. Again, I thank local residents participating in the process and their ongoing interest in the development pattern of their suburb. Mr. Mayor, I firmly believe the proposed development outcome is a far superior built form and landscaping outcome to the already approved building, and would encourage all councillors today to support the officer's recommendation of approval with conditions.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and first and foremost I'd like to thank both the residents and the developers for engaging in good faith through this process. And if I could reflect on that word process, it was the word that Councillor Owen-Jones invoked when talking about Councillor Caldwell and the way planning applications tend to work, and that is by the machinery of process. And that machinery in part is our city plan, but it's also the Planning Act. And today we've heard a great contribution from Councillor Hamill, where he's outlined some of the redeeming features of the other change application, things that for him tick all of the boxes. But Mr. Mayor, quite frankly, I think where this development application unfortunately, and I say it unfortunately, falls over, is that it has not gone through a proper process. Now, Mr. Mayor, during both rounds of committee debate, I think it'd be fair to say that as a council, collectively, we struggled to reconcile how city officers could propose to recommend for approval a development that at times reaches beyond 15 stories, where the mapped height in the area is 3 stories. Quite an inconsistency. And it's an inconsistency we needed to have regard to, because as a council, we have always held the line that the height is the height is the height, for the purposes of giving both the housing sector and the community the certainty that they need to understand what is a go and what is a no-go. We don't want, as you would say, Mr. Mayor, a slow no. Not putting words in your mouth, but that's the certainty that we aspire to provide in our city plan. But, Mr. Mayor, we got caught up by state planning legislation, which muddled the process, and I think created a lot of confusion for residents, for the council, and, dare I say, the applicant. Mr. Mayor, the reason why I find myself unable to support this application is in the legal approach taken by city officers, which seem to provide more deference to the existing approval rather than the planning scheme as it is today. And the argument progressed or prosecuted by city officers in debate was that we have to have regard to what has come before, and therefore we have to support this. Now, the problem with that legal view, Mr. Mayor, is it would create a situation where anybody could apply for an application and then lodge another change to tack something up on top, given what we'd approved below. And then 6 months later, come in again, and again, and again, and again. And when I questioned city officers around whether this could happen, they had to admit that it very well could happen. And when I asked city officers, well, how far could they keep going through this process? And at what point would height get so unreasonable that they might recommend for refusal? City officers couldn't quite tell us. Now, Mr. Mayor, I've had a look at the sections of the Planning Act that pertain to consideration of other change applications. And I've certainly had the assistance of residents who have done their own homework. Mr Mayor, what's intriguing to me is to have a look at what the legislation says, the same sections that are quoted in the City Officer report. And it says quite plainly that the development approval, the existing development approval, is actually not the assessment benchmark which we should be using. The benchmark is not the earlier approval. The benchmark is the city plan of the day. That section 82.2 requires the assessment to be considered as if it were the original application. So in other words, we've received this other change application. We now need to consider it as though it was the original application in the context of our prevailing planning scheme, right? Section 82.4 requires assessment against the original benchmarks, as I said, the city plan, and 45A2 says that this other change application must be assessed against prescribed matters. Well, what are those? Again, the city plan, the same city plan which says 3 stories. What it does so, though, Mr Mayor, in Part B, it says here, Section 45(5)(b) says that we may assess against other relevant matters. And that is the door that's just been opened a little bit by city officers through which the recommendation to approve has walked. Mr Mayor, in summary, I understand that the developer has poured many millions of dollars into a development scheme that they hope will transform Kira. They have gone to great expense. I think they've spent $22 million, if the bulletin's to be believed, to amalgamate a city block to deliver a development that they hope will do the best by Kira. They've done a lot of heavy lifting. But, Mr Mayor, they haven't lodged a normal DA. They've lodged an other change application. And to my reading of the legislation is very clear. We must give deference first to the city plan and optionally to the original development. And I can't reconcile how today we could be approving a development that exceeds 15 stories in some places if the city plan today says 3 stories. And I think it's unreasonable for us to put so much weight on the original application because, Mr Mayor, the original application already provided the developers with an inordinate increase over their usual development rights. In other words, today's potential decision to approve this development isn't about striking a balance between community and the developer. The original development approval already tilted the scales well and truly in the developer's favour. Mr Mayor, in closing, I like the look of the development. I do. I think it's quite extraordinary what they have put together. The proponents are very eager to do right by the area. Unfortunately, I don't think that the process allows us to lawfully consider it for approval today. And on process alone, I have to not vote and support it. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, can we have Mick Moran come out for a question if possible?
Yeah. Calling Mr Moran. That's all right. Oh, no. You can ask the question and I'll see whether it makes the best to answer or not.
Mr Mayor, my question through to Mick was going to be that do you believe this assessment has been completed following all relevant state planning legislation?
I'm happy for Mick.
I'm happy for Mick to answer.
The CEO saying Mick's the best man to answer the question.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. In my opinion, Mr Mayor and councillors, I believe the officer's report has correctly assessed against all the relevant requirements. I believe we've reached a balance and a recommendation that considers both the requirements to assess against the benchmarks and have regard to the existing approval, and also there are relevant matters which we think are relevant as well. We've done that, we've provided a recommendation, and it's ultimately up to the council to make a decision.
Speaking for the motion, right, So I go to question, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you again to Mr Moran. Did the officers seek legal counsel on the weight that must be given to another change and the earlier approval as opposed to the existing planning scheme?
Through you, Mr Mayor, not in this particular case, and the reason for that is that we've had the Planning Act in place now for a number of years. We've assessed quite a few other changes and we've received advice over the years on the appropriate way to assess those changes. So we didn't seek any particular advice on this one because we've dealt with other change applications on numerous times in the past. So.
Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'll be not supporting the committee recommendation.
It's the time for speaking for the motion, so if you're not speaking for the motion, I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Question, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On page 47 and 48, it talks about the differences between the approved development and the proposed development. And I'm just trying to get my head around exactly how many new dwellings there are. So on page 47, it talks about residential density being 295 dwelling units, including the hotel keys. And then it says on the following page 48 that there's 92 one-bed hotel keys. Does that mean that there's, out of the 295 dwellings as part of the development, 203 of them are dwellings for residential purposes?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just trying to catch up on those details.
I'm just trying to establish the proportion of the total dwellings that are being used for hotel purposes or short-term accommodation versus residential dwelling.
Yeah. So, through you, Mr Mayor, on page 48, in the right-hand column, that talks about the there's no changes to the taller building, but the two buildings that are part of this application, so building 2, the bedroom, the units there are listed, and then the resort hotel is the hotel component, which includes a short-term accommodation.
Right.
Does that make sense? Or?
Yeah, so there's building 1, building 2, and then building 3. And building 3 is the hotel area. Are you saying that building 1 and building 2 in their entirety are only for residential purposes? I'm just trying to establish the proportion of the whole structure, whole development that is for places for people to live, which we're facing some challenges as a city there, or places for people to stay.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's my understanding, and I might have to take some advice from officers who have dealt with it specifically, but building 2 includes what I guess is apartments that are self-contained, and they've applied for both a multiple dwelling and short-term accommodation use, and then building 3 is the genuine resort hotel.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've read the report. I'll speak in favour. That's all right.
Go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I've read the report, and I remember supporting, having been elected in 2012, there's obviously a lot of development we've done in the city since then, but I do remember vaguely supporting the original application being considered some time ago. And I think we're in a really unique position here where we do really need to make sure that we avoid an unnecessary legal challenge. I'm actually feeling a bit circumspect about that because I feel like there's a mobilised group of objectors that are ultimately going to appeal the decision anyway, and they will end up in court. And so as councillors, we're in a really difficult spot where we realise this is going to be resolved in the Planning and Environment Court one way or the other, particularly because of the sheer volume of the objectors there. But I think it's incumbent upon us to really read the report, have a bit of a think about what we have decided before, and I don't feel like I have sufficient information to change my view from my previous support for this. Frankly, I think there is a need for new dwellings across the city. I think this is a site where that could be delivered. I think the the pictures that I've seen in the development look very appealing. The visual amenity is really great, and I can't see any grounds why we would not, or that we would overturn the officer's recommendation on this, given the needs in our community for new tourism product, new residential product, and effectively a beautification of older sites. I think there is some reasonable concerns in relation to height and the differences between the old city plan and the new city plan, but if we are to deliver the outcomes we're seeking in certain locations, it occurs to me that because there is an existing approval with the existing heights in here, this is actually one site where we can actually achieve an outcome that makes sense based on our previous decision making, and it's on that I'm relying to make my decision today, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Yeah. Councillor Patterson has a question.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. To Mr Moran, my concern for me to make this decision is it appears to be coming down to one word, which is may. You may assess. So I need clarity from you. Hearing Councillor Vorster's argument on that we should be assessing against the city plan, however, you may assess against other relevant matters. So often there will be cases brought where we don't elect to assess other relevant matters. So could you please explain why, in this case, that you've chosen that may? It's not a must, as other elements of it are, it's a may. I want to understand that part. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr Mayor and Councillor Patterson. So there's generally two types of applications that come into local governments. They're code or impact assessment. I'm not sure if this is part of where your question might have come from, but for code assessable applications, we're bound to only assess against the code. For impact applications, the Act actually requires a broader assessment, so we have to assess against the codes, the entire scheme, and the Act also says the assessment manager may have regard to relevant matters. So it's not a mandatory thing, and relevant matters can change on the nature of the application. So there'll be different relevant matters that might be relevant to one application that are not another, but it is, I guess, a broader test. So for all the things that we have to have regard to, we must follow the Act in terms of the things that impact assessment requires, which is assessing against the benchmarks, assessing with regard to the submissions made. When it's an other change, we've got to assess those things in the context of the existing approval. And the relevant matters are also part of the assessment in the officer's professional opinion. The matters listed in this report we think are relevant to the assessment of this application. If this decision, depending on where it goes to court, the court will also have regard to those relevant matters. So we think it's better to, in our professional opinion, to bring all those to the council so that you guys have all the information you need. I don't know if that's answered your question or not. It's a requirement to assess all those things. Relevant matters are part of the Act, and so we think they should be considered in this instance.
Okay. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. If I may ask a question of our legal advisor. So for me, I still don't have clarity over that. It occurs to me as this is a choice of officers as to whether they elect to consider these matters, not that they have to do it. If you could comment on that, please.
The Chair. It is, the wording of the legislation is may consider. By neglecting to consider a matter on appeal might lead council into a situation where a developer perhaps could raise a consideration as being relevant that council didn't take into account. But I would just add, in addition to the discretion to take into account relevant matters, there is a requirement to decide what weight should be applied to those matters. So whilst you may take them into account, you may decide that some hold greater weight than other considerations. So as far as exercising the discretion, is it relevant, and also what weight you should apply to those considerations.
Is that a question? Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, through the chair, and I'd say it might be to Mick. How do we determine that weighting to whether we do consider it or don't? So we just said there's a weighting side of it, and obviously we're going to be considering it, but at what point do we determine whether it falls in the side of we do consider it and don't consider it?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's not a specific guideline in the Act which tells us how to do that, so it does come down to a professional opinion. And, you know, the matters, I guess, will vary for each application, but I guess in our professional opinion, these are matters that are worthy of consideration as part of this DA.
Is that a question?
Mr Mayor, I'll briefly speak for it if that's okay with you. If you're up
I've
to
got to
four.
go do against, and then I'll come back to you because I said
I didn't think we have.
Councillor Peter.
Oh yeah, okay.
Peter Young.
Thanks for yielding. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Obviously, it's a very complicated matter. We've been lobbied with lots of correspondence from the applicant and from the opponents, and we're asked to make an evaluation of complex things like assessment benchmarks and may or must and the explanatory notes in the legislation. And ultimately, I do believe, as Councillor Tozer said, this will be decided in a court, and that's unfortunate. But I think we have to make the best assessment and judgment that we can, and in my opinion, what's occurred on the site to date has been a series of approvals that have exceeded the original contemplation for the site, whether it be in height, density, gross floor area, the tourism component, and these are such fundamental flaws and in contrast so fundamentally with the city plan that I can't find myself to support the proposal as it currently is presented to us because of the continued departure from the city plan as it has been adopted and recognised over time. I'm grateful to the argument put forward by the various councillors because it's been good balance and genuine attempt to understand the complexity of the problem, but ultimately I think we have to, and I've got great faith in our officers and always have, and believe that they've done a good job in executing their responsibility in presenting information to us for our assessment. On balance, I can't support the proposal. Thanks.
Okay. Speaking for, is that a question? No, I'll have to go to Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say that the decision that we have to make today is difficult and it is tricky, but ultimately what exists is a stage 1 building that is almost finalised, which is at 16 levels from memory. So I don't think that we can necessarily revert back to a fresh consideration of the entire site. It's a unique site. It's just under 9,000 square metres. There's an existing approval. Our challenge today is dealing with a change other application as opposed to looking at afresh. And I think we need to be mindful of the fact that what was originally put forward was bulkier, and there was a series of negotiations that took place between city officers and the applicant in regards to making that those changes for building 2 and 3 different than what had originally been proposed. And I think that that's the not insignificant thing that we also need to take into account, the fact that there has been negotiations to arrive at this, and the officers in making their recommendation were mindful of view corridors. And I think that the building 3, which is the hotel, is a significantly better floor plan than what was originally proposed and a better outcome for the whole site, and that is largely sleeved by building 1 and 2. I think that the changes that came forward this round as opposed to the previous round in regards to managing some of the impacts regarding the rooftop pool were welcomed, and I think that they picked up the concerns that we addressed before when we dealt with it at the last committee meeting. So I don't think that we can lose sight of the fact, in conclusion, Mr Mayor, that Building 1 has been completed, or largely completed, and is 16 levels in height. So I think it's a bit, we need to be very mindful of that in regards to how we consider the application.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, as there's no speaking against, Councillor Taylor, I'll go to Councillor Hamill to vote, to close. I don't want an imbalance on this one. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'll keep it brief because I feel like there's been a lot said. I'd just like to reinforce that Councillor Vorster raised some very important and detailed points at committee and again today at council, and that we've had a very clear response from our manager of city assessment that, in his belief, everything that needed to be followed as per the state planning legislation has been followed. I think that were great points for Councillor Vorster to raise, and they've been answered well and truly by our manager. Mr Mayor, I'm just going to finish with, again, acknowledging the residents who have been part of a journey on this for over 10 years through a difficult and interesting development application that has changed a lot over time. So it is right to acknowledge it's been a long and drawn-out process for them. And while I might hope that it was going to be finished today, if it ends up in court, it ends up in court. I thank councillors. This is an application that has gone on for a long time and has been through several planning committees over the last decade. But again, this committee just gone, and again at full council today, good questions and good critical thinking being asked of officers of what's going on. That's important, a really important part of the process. And finishing today in thanking city officers. This has been a high-profile application. It is not an easy one when other change comes into it. Not an easy one for the assessment team on this one to work with. That was evident through the questions at committee and the answers, that there has been a lot of work going into this application. So a big thank you to city officers and to Mick and Roger and Nick at the last part of this for their oversight on it. And again, to finish, Mr Mayor, to ask all councillors to consider here today that we have a report from our council officers, who are the professionals in this matter, recommending approval with conditions, and that I truly believe we should back them on that recommendation today.
Okay. Councillors, the debate's closed. Put the motion to you. I'll call a division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young.
Against?
Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Vorster and Councillor McDonald.
The motion carried. Mr CEO, can you cause an officer to ask for our two councillors to return? Looks like Cam's gone door knocking.
He's out there somewhere. Aisha, just want to check.
Okay, councillors, we dealt with 6.2. You want to do 6.1, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to declare a conflict, potential conflict.
Okay.
Pardon?
You do it.
If I could just have that on the screen.
There it is.
I didn't raise this declarable conflict at committee because it didn't occur to me. However, I do realise that there is a perception that I do need to consider. So I live in walking distance to the impacted residents. This may create a perception that my amenity could also be impacted. However, although my home is close, it is not at all impacted by the concerns raised by the petitioners. In my view, I do not stand to gain a benefit or suffer a loss any greater than the benefit or loss that a significant proportion of persons in the local government area stand to gain or lose. Out of an abundance of caution, though, I am voluntarily making this declarable conflict of interest.
Okay, and wish to?
I do wish to participate.
Okay. Right, procedure motion, Councillor Gates. Two questions. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. After the committee meeting, I had a conversation with Councillor Patterson just in regards to her principal place of residence, which I don't actually know where it is, but I do know that it was near the Southport Park shopping centre. So my questions to Councillor Patterson are firstly, fundamentally the petition is a complaint about noise, and I was just wondering whether or not she could confirm one way or other whether or not she can hear the loading dock from her house.
I can't, no.
And the second question, when you say that you're within walking distance, is that 300 metres or something
About
like that?
300, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hundreds of metres, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Gates, is it?
Mr Mayor, I simply wanted to move that Councillor Patterson does not have a conflict of interest.
Yeah, I've got a question here. Councillor Vorster.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. While I totally hold that view, my understanding is that the way the legislation works is that by making the declaration, she does have a conflict of interest. And what we can merely say is, despite the councillor's conflict, that there is no nexus between... I know it's stupid. I know it's absolutely stupid. That's the way the legislation works. But my understanding, Mr Mayor, through you, perhaps to our General Counsel, is that...
No, it's okay. It's okay.
That you got it?
I can handle this.
Thank you. You've done it.
So, Councillor Gates, I'd say the motion, would you like to move a different motion that...
Mr Mayor, it's so annoying in the context of a declaration being made in an abundance of caution that we consider is not. I've done one similarly myself that I'm facing a misconduct on, which is why I jumped to my feet to suggest that we do not accept that there's any conflict. And so I don't understand how we can't, because the minute that we say, then it opens Councillor Patterson to have, just as I did, participated in debate before making this declaration, and it's just plain wrong.
Yep. I see.
Mr Mayor.
Mr CEO?
Oh, sorry, I have to stand. Yeah, so the determination as to whether or not the councillor has a conflict is for the councillor to determine, not for other councillors. So the options before the councillor are she doesn't believe she has a conflict, and then this goes away, or she believes out of an abundance of caution she may have a conflict, which is what's happened, and council can then determine whether she participates in the... So I understand where the deputy is going. I want to be very clear for all councillors. It's up to councillors to determine whether they have a conflict, not for the room to determine.
Councillor Patterson.
Yeah. I'm clear I don't have a conflict. However, I don't.
Just pause there for a second, right?
I can't hear the thing.
Just pause there for a second and sit down. And I will just let you know what's happened in the past. Okay. What happens, because your view at committee was that you had no conflict. And to declare this now, right, if there's nothing changed and you declare there is a conflict, there's an inconsistency between committee and here. So therefore, you would then be liable to be, you have a conflict at the committee that you didn't declare. And then somebody out there could go, right, we're going to complain at the committee level, even though your abundance of cautions and all that. Yeah, so just letting you know that consistency is also important, but it's over to you. I'm not a council. I don't get paid enough to be a General Counsel. Yes, Councillor Patterson.
So at committee, it didn't occur to me because I cannot hear anything. I cannot hear anything at my house. This amenity concern of these petitioners does not in any way impact me. So it just did not occur. However, after the meeting, another councillor said, hey, I think you might have a conflict. So it occurred to me as, well...
It's a point of order, Mr Mayor. Unfortunately, she's seeking to persuade the council, and I would love to move the motion right now.
I'm not.
It is a point of order, Mr Mayor.
Pause. You have to sit down. That is a point of order.
For the benefit of our colleague, I think the best thing for us to do is to move a motion that, despite the information provided to the meeting, I don't believe that the information provided prevents Councillor Patterson from participating in discussion, and I'd like to move a motion that addresses the information she's provided to the meeting.
Only I'm going to let Councillor Patterson finish to whether or not she's saying that she's a conflict of interest.
So it's my understanding that the information she's provided to me doesn't afford her the entitlement to argue for it or against it. She's provided information in the meeting, and it's our obligation to deal with that. Now, the reason I think that is because I've been in the relevant regulatory authority having my conduct challenged, and this specific matter has been raised with me about information or certain conflicts becoming apparent to me after a certain matter. Right now, Councillor Patterson is in a strong position. She's very genuinely, someone's brought something to her attention. She's engaged in good faith, but the more information she provides about this, she is not afforded an opportunity to argue her case. She simply provides information in the meeting, and it's our obligation to deal with that information. Now, that information has been provided, and so we should just move a motion to deal with the information provided. If she seeks to persuade us, that's where things get complicated, Mr Mayor.
All right. General Counsel.
No.
My question to you is this. The clarity that Councillor Patterson was getting to explain herself whether or not she feels that she has a conflict or not, should I allow that to the end so that she says, I do, and that's my declaration, or no, after it, I don't have a conflict? That's what I'm asking you.
She has the opportunity, obviously, to discuss her, present her position to the floor. In her declaration, I take it that she's relying on one of the ordinary business matters because she doesn't consider herself to be any more relevant position to the average member of the public. But it is possible to voluntarily make a declaration even if technically you don't have one.
Okay.
And I take it from Councillor Patterson that she was unaware at the previous meeting of this potential of this conflict. It could arguably be an ordinary business matter where she doesn't need to declare, but you can still voluntarily declare.
Okay, now that's there. The matter's on the table.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and so sorry to rise and make this point. I just want to reflect on the fact that Councillor Patterson rose to make a declaration because of a perception issue, not because she stands to suffer a loss or earn a gain, right? Because of a perception issue. And that perception issue for her arose because she says one of us raised it with her after the committee meeting. In other words, I don't actually think there's any issue with Councillor Patterson not having made a declaration at committee because the perception issue arose between the committee meeting and full council today. So actually, I'd be very comfortable if I was Councillor Patterson. But, Mr Mayor...
So that's your advice to her?
But, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to flag. I don't get paid enough, right? Like, yeah. But I did want to flag that if a councillor provided that advice to Councillor Patterson between committee and full council, they themselves have an obligation under the Act to raise a reasonable suspicion. So I don't know who that is, but if we don't deal with this as a conflict, which I don't believe you have a conflict, then that councillor who provided that advice to Councillor Patterson should weigh up whether they stand up today and raise a reasonable suspicion. Because if they don't, they could fall afoul rather than Councillor Patterson. So I just wanted to put that out there because I want all of us to be protected through this process.
Okay, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, look, I'm happy to move that Councillor Patterson may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest or information provided to the meeting because she has no greater or lesser stand to gain or loss than a significant number of the surrounding community. And to me, that's actually the substance of her declaration. And looking at the information she provided, I can't see how any person would think that she has more or less to gain than anyone else who lives in the broader area.
So you've got to say, significant number of people in the local government area.
Significant number of people in the local government area.
Just one small suggestion that the word perceived go in front of what you said for conflict, not conflict.
Okay.
Again.
No, not yet. And this will learn. Okay, Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, are we at the seconding motion?
Whatever you want. I saw your hand now.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Excellent. I don't get paid enough for this either, so and I'm not providing any advice. But to satiate Councillor Vorster's concerns, it was myself that had a conversation with Councillor Patterson after the meeting had taken place, and I'm aware of my obligations. And during this meeting, I had asked Councillor Patterson across the room what she was doing. She said she was going to make a declaration, so I hope that makes you comfortable. Mr Mayor, I didn't know until today when I asked the question of Councillor Patterson where she lived and whether or not she could hear the sounds, and so I'm not uncomfortable with the recommendation, with the proposed motion. I'm happy to second it. I'm actually happy to move on with the day, you know. So
Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones.
But I'll speak to it as well because it actually is important that we have the ability to ask some questions, okay? So, and my position may have been very different today if Councillor Patterson had said, well, actually, I do live nearby, I can hear it, and in fact, I can see it from my bedroom and it really annoys me as well, you know, and then I would have maybe appreciated some of the passion that she had at the planning committee for the particular item might have also been driven from her own personal perspective. But I can accept also the fact that the passion at the planning committee was because some of the people that live adjacent to her phone her at 3 or 4 in the morning complaining about the beeping trucks. So, Mr Mayor, when we deal with 6.1, I'll talk to the recommendation because I think you're writing to the state and the landowner asking for them to have some consideration, and they may enjoy watching this half hour that we've dealt with it today, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion?
Mr Mayor, I don't want to speak against the motion, but the word anyone is used in the motion as opposed to a significant number of people, and yeah. And I think it's significant, yeah. Okay. It should be a significant number of people in the broader local government area.
Okay.
It's not anyone, but there's definitely some people who are impacted differently. So.
And Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say I'm very pleased that Councillor Owen Jones took out the swear word by saying the beeping trucks. So.
All right. Any more? Anyone else wants to speak? Then I'll close the debate. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? And did not vote, Councillor Patterson. We'll go to 6.1, Councillor Owen Jones. Move. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, firstly, it's a petition that was originally presented by the former councillor for the area, Councillor Lex Bell, and then The immediate past councillor for the area, Councillor Gary Balden, I think it's slipped past his office, and Councillor Patterson has advanced it forward, and it came to committee. And the general conclusion was that there wasn't anything that we could do other than we've added a 3, which through the stewardship of the chair, or the immediate past chair of the Planning and Environment Committee, was that you, Mr Mayor, write to the Chief Executive Officer of Woolworths and the landowner of Southport Park Shopping Centre to raise the residents' concerns and to seek cooperation in addressing the conduct of the loading dock to improve residential amenities. So with that, Mr Mayor, I wish you the best of luck with that correspondence, and I hope that they take heed that when there are concerns in the community, they eventually get addressed. And even though we can't do anything at the moment, next time they make an application in regards to that particular property, and in particular the area adjacent to the road where the residents live, we're going to be paying careful attention to sound attenuation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speak against? Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 6.1 is done. Any other items you want to deal separately, Councillor Taylor?
6.3, Mr Mayor, and if I could step into a change of recommendation, if I've got someone that could second that, and I have got it on, I have actually presented it to the Secretary.
Mr Mayor, can I foreshadow the officer recommendation, please?
Okay, foreshadow, officer recommendation, Councillor Hamill. But let's get this motion up first, because you've got no motion to foreshadow.
So I'm happy to second Councillor Taylor's motion for approval, although it'd be great to see the wording for that.
Okay, let's get the wording.
So that's the wording of a refusal, unfortunately. Did you provide them wording?
Yes, I provided it. I've got it here if you...
Look, while they're doing that, do you want a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you in 11:47. Shut the door, thank you.
I asked for the motion to be...
Councillor Taylor, you're on. Take us through your proposed motion. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and not sure if everyone's seen it on the screen.
Take us through it. What's your proposed motion?
So basically...
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but the officer's recommendation was, I thought, for refusal.
Yeah.
But my understanding is Councillor Taylor doesn't want to move a refusal.
No, it's changing the motion. It's putting in the motion.
Yeah. Oh, so it hasn't been done yet?
No.
So is that the motion I seconded?
No, that's not second. Great. He's just going to speak on it first.
I'm just trying to work out what the actual motion is we're debating. I haven't seen that motion yet, so I would like to see that. I'm not trying to chair anything. Sorry, Mr Mayor. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand what I seconded, because I think, in principle, I'm seeking something on the screen to say that the
Councillor Taylor, can you take us through your proposed motion?
Okay, it's not on the screen at the moment, but the council approves the issue of a development permit for a material change of use impact assessment to establish a hotel at 19 to 21 Tedder Avenue, Main Beach, in accordance with the following conditions. We've got a list of conditions that's part of the change of recommendation. The key one here, though, is amenity part 3, the hotel lot 50, RP 884205, 1921 Tedder Avenue, Main Beach, must not include poker machines, gaming facilities or accommodations.
Okay. We'll have to wait for your motion to be on the screen so that we can see what the motion is. And you can't print it out to distribute it either, because I think the printer's not working, am I right? Still not working. We didn't spend enough on IT. I thought that's why we had a break.
Councillor said the wrong version.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, what, Cam, what do you want to eat for lunch?
Can I explain, Mr Mayor? So what Councillor Taylor's motion has changed what we wanted before. So
Take another 3 minutes break, everyone. Another 3 minutes. And Councillor Taylor, you're not having a break. Work on that. Councillor Tozer, you're in here now, your seconder. So we'll go through the motion, and so Councillor Taylor, you want to take us through your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're not speaking for it, just explaining the motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The current application for Manos, as we know it in Main Beach, obviously came to committee. The change of recommendation is for approval, but to put conditions on it to condition out pokies, gaming and accommodation. This particular business is a local business that has been there for quite some time, and it's an area where most people go down. I shouldn't say most. It's a current liquor licensing, gives them the ability to go down there, have food and drink, but it also has a minimum amount of numbers to actually just go down and have a beer. As the city's growing, Tedder Avenue is now growing with the growth and uplift in Main Beach, but it's currently classed as a neighbourhood centre. We currently have 16 restaurants in that street, or alcohol provided venues. So what the applicant is trying to do here is to continue providing a service that he can actually gain a liquor licence to change an offering for what he's got now, what he can do under liquor licensing. So today's recommendation to give him the hotel right of use is for him to provide that service, provide a offering of alcohol that he can get a liquor licensing, but also the condition does limit them for the activities they do in there with the application. The applicant had no intention to do gaming or to provide accommodation, but that's what this change of recommendation does. Gives the ability to get that usage of hotel, but limits him to what he can and can't do with his current operation.
Okay. Councillor Hamill?
A question, Mr. Mayor, about Councillor Taylor's proposed change. So through you to Mick, could I understand, so while this proposal would have a condition saying that gambling machines or TAB and whatnot can't happen, if the current owner was to sell the business on, or someone else came onto the site, the existing land use which does anticipate, the land use of hotel which does anticipate gambling and those other items, an applicant could then come in and look to adjust those conditions?
Nick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hamill, the condition as it is at the moment would probably work for the current applicant because that's their intent, but I can't give any assurance to the council that if that condition was challenged at some point in the future that it would hold up in an appeal.
Mm-hmm. I'll ask you an additional one, is that from application for gaming, I mean, this will send a signal that we wouldn't support gaming for that location. And from time to time when there's a gaming application, council can have a position that we object to gaming in that premises, not just this premises, in any premises. Am I correct?
Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Yep.
Yeah. And if you look at the approval of gaming, while when council object to the location of a gaming majority, that the gaming commissioner would side with council. That's just from my experience. That's not a question. That's just from my experience being a general licence holder in the past. The other bit is it's the amenities. You got to look at public need and also the size, where you're going to put it. And the other thing I would put to you, councillors, people who enjoy the gaming facility are very private individual, and anyway, with Manos, if you visit there, they wouldn't offer any privacy there with the machines because I don't know where you're going to put it. Anyway, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind if we see the conditions related specifically to the exclusion of those? And so my question's through you, Mr Mayor, to the manager. That seems very specific to me. Do you think that is specific enough for the Planning and Environment Court or other state legislative regulatory authorities that might interpret a future thing to be very clear about the sorts of land uses or activities we are seeking to permit or not permit on this site?
Through you, Mr Mayor. It is very clear. I just don't, in my professional opinion, I don't think it would be defendable if a future owner decided that they wanted to remove the poker machines part of it. We have had a recent experience where that's happened and we weren't in a position to defend it.
Could I ask some more questions about that? So by what mechanism would a future owner go through in order to leverage the hotel consent to deliver poker machines? What would they need to do? What's the practical process they'd have to go through in order to change, to effectively omit condition 3?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the simple process would be to change the application so they can lodge under the Planning Act a change to remove that part of the condition.
And so when they lodge that, what sort of application, is that a material change? I mean, it occurs to me that change of use is material based on the approval they currently have. Could you give us some advice about that?
Yep, through you, Mr Mayor, it would most likely be an other change application.
So the other change application we dealt with today dealt with a previous approval that permitted certain things, and what you're saying is that by submitting lodging an other change application, they'd be able to exclusively just have that omitted, and because of the approval for the hotel use, council would have to use its judgment to interpret whether poker machines should or should not be in there.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's essentially correct. They can lodge the change. It doesn't mean the council has to approve their change, but they can certainly apply for it, and then that brings with it, I guess, rights to go to the Planning and Environment Court if they wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But after that, then, Mick, even if they succeed, they still got to take to Liquor and Gaming Commissioner as a whole bunch of approval required for that.
That's correct, Mr Mayor. Yep.
So, all right, I go from middle. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions. Yeah. Firstly, where did these conditions spring from, please? Anybody?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So officers met with Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor expressed his opinions and intent, and officers have sort of merely drafted those into the right format for today's meeting.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, further, is there any condition or requirement to increase or deal with the provision of toilets, given the change of use?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no.
No change. Or car parking?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't believe this draft resolution has anything to do with that.
But in the normal consideration of a hotel application,
yep,
as opposed to what's existing there now, would there be contemplation of less or more car parking?
Through you, Mr Mayor, car parking was a consideration. Obviously, officers have assessed the proposal, which was for a hotel. The report, because it ultimately led to a recommendation for refusal, didn't provide any conditions, but I believe the mix of parking at the moment, officers thought could probably be conditioned through some sort of management plan perhaps, but we didn't get into that level of detail.
So that's not provided for in the conditions before us today? Or it is?
Mr Mayor, I don't believe it is.
Could we check, please? Sorry, Mr Mayor?
No, it's not.
Okay. What about acoustics? In a change of use, would we be contemplating acoustic issues? I note a couple of conditions there about closing windows after 10 o'clock at night, but I wonder if there's been any report or assessment or analysis that enables us to achieve a regulatory sort of benchmark?
Mr Mayor, there wasn't an acoustic report provided through the assessment of the DA. So officers have mentioned that in their report. It's just not a level of detail that we have for this application.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mick, on the acoustic and operational part of it, that would fall under liquor licensing?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. I think what you might be saying is that the Office of Liquor and Gaming regulate noise complaints, so ultimately that would be a matter for the state government to regulate noise.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mick. You did mention you had a previous case that went through the process and was turned over. My question to you, we're referring to the Chevron Island case, and if that's correct, my understanding that particular case had already TAB linked with it, so it was gaming. So again, yes, I accept we went to the planning court and it was overturned, but my understanding is it already had a TAB component to that.
Mr Mayor, that's correct. That was a hotel which then the TAB shut down, so they took on that and then added poker machines.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, sorry, could I just interrupt for a moment, because in relation to that Chevron Island matter, I had a conflict of interest and did not participate in the decision making, so I think probably what's transpired by way of discussion is okay, but I just wanted to alert the room that if there was going to be any further discussion on that topic, I would take the position of leaving the room.
Yeah,
but
all right.
If that's the end of that matter, I can't really get to it any quicker than that.
Yeah, not a problem. We'll
same with me, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to contain it within this site. I think merely that's just saying when you have a TAB, you already got relationship with the gaming people. No, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I'm seeking that we be provided with a copy of what's on the screen. It's very hard to see what's being amended and recommended here. The officers are clearly still finding stuff, but could we have a copy so we can see what is actually being proposed by this motion? I mean, it's quite different from the recommendation before us. In fact, it's the opposite. So I don't know how it even becomes an amended motion.
It's not It's not an amended motion.
What is on the screen?
Yeah, I know. Well, the screen is wrong. It's a motion. Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. We're still on questions, aren't we? I know that Councillor Taylor's open, but Mr Mayor, at the Planning Environment Committee meeting, we dealt with the agenda, which was the officer's recommendation for a refusal, what I didn't ask at the meeting, Mr Mayor, was whether or not the applicant had had a pre-lodgement meeting with council officers and whether or not they'd been provided clear advice.
Through you, Mr Mayor, apologies, I'm not aware if there was or wasn't a pre-lodgement meeting.
So, Mr Mayor, at the committee meeting, we also asked whether or not in the neighbourhood centre zone a small bar with a cap of 60 was imagined for any of those tenancies. Could have the lessee or the landowner made an application for a small bar with a cap of 60 people for one of the tenancies that was applied for?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Owen Jones, that application for a small bar would be code accessible, I believe, so it probably would be approved.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And how would have the city managed if there would have been... So there's 2 tenancies here, including some outdoor dining area. How would have the city managed an application if there'd been 2 contemporaneous applications for 2 small bars adjacent to each other by the same applicant? Would have they been dealt with as 2 separate applications or combined as one?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's getting a bit hypothetical, but if they were 2 separate tenancies, they would both be code accessible applications.
Yeah. So Mr Mayor, I think we've gone past wanting to necessarily make it a hypothetical. I'm just saying that if the city plan is ultimately the people's plan, and we determine through that what the development pattern for the city will be. And the neighbourhood centre doesn't necessarily allow for hotels, so which is predominantly why the committee and the officer's recommendation was for a refusal. But the city plan does allow for other activation of space. And so a different applicant or a different city planner may have gone down an easier path of actually going through a code accessible application to achieve a capped limit, which would have then allowed officers to assess things like acoustics, transport, impacts on neighbourhoods, etc. So I'm going to come very close to speaking against it. So, can I speak against it, Mr. Mayor, or are you still in questions, or what do you want to do?
We haven't had the motions afoot, but we haven't have a speaker for the motion yet, so I can't.
Sorry, I thought Councillor Taylor had opened, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, he explained the motion that he's putting before it. Now that the motion's there, I'll be going back, because I said I'll be going back to you to speak for the motion. Right. And then you can speak after that. Whoever gets their hand up first can speak.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak against it after Councillor Taylor summarises his opening.
All right. And question, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, on page 418 of the agenda, it talks a little bit about the performance outcome and acceptable outcome relating to casual surveillance and lighting, and it said there was no acceptable outcome provided. Given that they are changing land use and it is a hotel area and there's some concerns about community safety, perhaps kind of articulated in the report, is there a standard condition that we might apply to an application like this that relates to CCTV or some sort of surveillance solution on the street frontage of the tenancy that would be appropriate and reasonable to improve those perceptions of public safety?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there's a standard condition, but it wouldn't be too hard to draft a condition along those lines if that's what the council wanted to do.
Mr. Mayor, whilst I've seconded the motion, I will only second it if there's a suitable condition provided in relation to CCTV. So, I'd like to either move an amendment down the track when you're ready to take that, or I would, with Councillor Taylor's support, I would try to change those wording.
What we'll do, we'll have a speaker for the motion first after this question and answers, and then we'll go to the shadow motion with Councillor Hamill indicating he wants to do, and then after that I'll come to you for an amended motion.
Of course.
Okay, so we're still in the questioned part of it, and I go to Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Mick. My question is actually on the car parking side of things, because obviously if a hotel licence was granted, there would be an increased use on that site. My understanding is that there's 46 car parks allocated to the 6 tenancies, so I believe they operate 2 tenancies at the moment, there's 4 others. So how would we look at managing that? So would there be designated numbers? I believe it said in the report there's 15 metres per 15 metres of square metres of GFA, there was a single car park. But obviously if we're looking at a hotel licence here, considering a hotel licence here, would there be the ability to reallocate that car parking, or is it something that is currently, how it sits, it would be unchanged?
Through Mr. Mayor, that Councillor Young's correct. It's because it's an old approval. In the day, it was just approved on the basis that all the tenancies would share the arrangement. So there's no, to my knowledge, there's no particular formal splitting up or allocation of car parking spaces. Again, we haven't sort of gone to that level of detail in the assessment, so I can't really provide a clear answer. But in situations like this in the past, we've managed to sort of deal with them sort of through operational plans, which might be okay here. Yep.
And second question,
yes,
Mr. Mayor, if that's all right. So, so in this area here currently, it's very supportive of a walk-to market, as indicated by Councillor Taylor at our planning committee meeting. So, if it was to be achieved, this is going to open that area up to a lot of potentially a lot more people coming into the area, and I think to comfortably support anything, we would want to see all of those reports, like the acoustic report, the effect on amenity, the availability of car parking, and also other offerings with, and not that we actually consider it on merit, but within the area, is there the potential that once they get this hotel licence that they would then perhaps look at taking on a third or a fourth tenancy, and all of a sudden we've gone from having something that's very community-based to something that's going to have a, I believe, negative effect in a neighbourhood zone like this and the rest of the community. So once they had that licence, they could put in a change other and look at expanding if they got a third and fourth tenancy.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a possibility.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
More questions? So I'll go to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The description of the proposed development, now it's changing from a restaurant to a hotel land use, and apparently this is required to accommodate for a change in the liquor licensing. Now, if this resolution goes through and it takes out gaming, I sort of have a bit of a problem, you know, with it still being classed as a hotel. And I just want to know the big difference between hotel and restaurant in the liquor licensing field, if you can explain that to me, please. I know that one is that you have to supply meals, the other you don't. But, you know, I'm just wondering why they're going to the full-blown hotel licence.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in liquor licensing, but what I understand is that the whole reason they needed to come into council to get a land use approval was to then have that appropriate approval on file, so the Office of Liquor and Gaming could grant a hotel licence, because from what I understand, the intent of it is they'd like to be able to sort of operate this business by selling drinks without necessarily selling food at the same time.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just to Mr. Moran as well, Councillor Taylor has given us all a copy of some correspondence from the applicant's solicitor, and I just want to get your take on this, Mr. Moran. It says, critically, in this case, the approval is for a limited class of hotel under the bespoke definition of hotel being applied for. In regards to our city plan, is that even a definition?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I haven't sort of read through this advice in any great detail, but we don't have a bespoke definition in the city plan. I think what the applicant solicitors are saying is that's how they applied for the application. That was their intent.
Okay.
So they're their words, because I think that's important, especially for me, because I am trying to support this because I think Tedder Avenue does need a little bit of TLC, and this may provide that. But is that under with your expertise, Mr. Moran, would you say that's why those conditions, as proposed in Councillor Taylor's motion, wouldn't really stand up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just in my opinion, and just based on that previous case we had on Chevron, the conditions will work, I think, so long as the current owner has the same intent, but I just can't give any assurance that because we give this approval to the land and not the owner, that in the future that would change.
Okay. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one more quick question. Yeah. Thank you for indulging. Mick, is any of the, well, not that you can say it's definitely, but is there an existing compliance issue or show cause notice over Manos at the moment for the way they're currently trading?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I don't believe there's any sort of active complaints.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Through Chair to Mick. I just want to, the current operation that is currently there now, is there a number that's involved, a condition for numbers for the current venue at the moment? And the same question will be in relation to car parking. Is there a condition for parking with the current operation?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't believe there is, no.
Okay. And another question. This main beach in Tedder Avenue is not directly in HX, but it's actually in that area that's linked by light rail to encourage people to not get in their cars and drive down there. My understanding is through HX and light rail is to encourage people to not get in your car, and as being a growing city, we use active transport and light rail. I just want to clarify this particular zone is in that area.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think there's a general intent in the city plan to discourage car use in the light rail areas. So.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Councillor Baden Lumsden.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think some of the other questions answered my first one. So my understanding is the use, this has been applied for because they want to be able to sell drinks without food first. That's okay. That was my first question. Lawfully. So my second question was, is there any other mechanism where that could be achieved without a hotel approval? Through you, Mr Mayor.
Good. No, it's a cabaret licence, I think. That's a decision to liquor licence.
Okay, so that doesn't necessarily need to have a hotel approval for, that's an assessment by the Office of Liquor and Gaming. Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Is that a question?
It is, Mr Mayor. Hey. Mr Mayor, a question which I think that Councillor Taylor, as the Divisional Councillor, may be able to answer. The applicant is the lessee with the two of the tenancies. How many other tenancies are there in the building?
My understanding is there's 3, but it's my understanding.
And do you know whether or not they're all owned by the same party? Yeah, and there is a bottle shop as one of the other tenancies as well, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a BWS.
Yeah, so I should have asked the former chair of planning. He's more clear. So now, so if there are 5 tenancies, Mr Mayor, and if we were to approve a hotel land use for 2 of those 5 and the third one was used as a bottle shop and it was all contemporaneously owned by the same party, you could potentially see yourself with a land use which is predominantly a hotel and a redevelopment opportunity that would flow with the land, not the lessee. So I think now I'm not going to speak against it, Mr Mayor. I'll speak against it shortly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we're not being privileged to the lease agreement.
Yeah, I get it.
But the bottle shop right now would be bottle shop license would be hanging off with another general license hotel within 10 kilometres, I'd say. So, and depending on how long their lease is, they wouldn't want to give that up. Anyhow, Councillor Hamill, question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I just confirm through you to Mick or the Director, but the advice that Councillor Taylor gave councillors today, which is the legal advice from the applicant's solicitor, have city officers, did you receive that earlier than today? Have city officers any chance to actually review that or seek our own legal advice to review what's been submitted?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, we haven't. We received it today, but we haven't interrogated it.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Taylor, so just in regards to correspondence that was received, at committee you provided us with a copy of a letter from Main Beach Progress Association, or Main Beach Association from Sue Donovan, in support of the application. Of note, but on her correspondence, it was in regards for Manos as it currently operates, and there was a question at committee of, did we feel like the Main Beach Association and those residents who might have supported understood what this land use actually comes with and understood the implication of, while Manos may use it as that use, do they understand that we have no control to stop the next owner of that site from possibly doing something different?
So the answer from the committee meeting was so the answer at the time, like the committee I did mention, was we didn't go out to the community to ask them about gaming or accommodation. It was solely in relation to if they got the licence as it is they're supportive of. The condition here is for us to protect it. So again, what we're trying to achieve is an operator that's in a high density zoning that's designed for, as you can see, a lot of restaurants, that's providing a different offering. The community really supportive of that. And the applicant is actually trying to not end up with a show cause notice, but be proactive in the space to get the right licence to be able to trade, to provide a service that the community is after.
Sorry.
So that's the condition.
Mr Mayor, so my question was pretty specific. Does the community understand that the land use goes with the property, and that if this operator was to cease operations next week and someone else takes over, that they can lodge an application and remove those conditions and use as a full hotel land use?
We or High have not done any consultation in that space.
Mr Mayor, my final question through to the Director or to Mick is, obviously with any application there is articles submitted to support the application. They're important with any application, but especially with the land use change, we would expect a very high level of reporting to come with that for officers to assess, and most often we would get a lot of that peer reviewed, since changing the land use is a significant thing. In your professional opinion, was the level of reporting provided with this application sufficient to amount to the need for a land use change?
Look, through you, Mr Mayor, I think that the application, there was enough in that for us to make a decision, and it's been assessed for a long time, so it wasn't sort of a quick sort of process to get to this point. The application was missing an acoustic report and a social impact assessment, but other than that, it was fairly competent. It was just that officers didn't agree with the applicant's proposal.
Right, so where we're at now, if there's no more questions, there'll be no more answers. So we'll go to Councillor Taylor to speak for the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks for the questions today. Look, this application's come to us because we're dealing with a neighbourhood centre that's in the middle of our growing city, and the area is definitely changing as a city, and this particular zone that we're talking about, neighbourhood centre, we're talking about Main Beach, in my view is different to a lot of the neighbourhood centres that are around the city. And it's important we do protect our neighbourhood centres. But in this particular case, we've got a street that's got numerous venues that provide drinking and food opportunities. You have a current business that's there that is providing a particular offering to the area, and he's trying to actually do the right thing by the community, and he's trying to do the right thing by the legislation to ensure he's got the right licences and in place. Yes, it's unique. I don't think our city is a city that's a country town and we're all the same type of suburbs. We currently have a growing city, and this is a particular example where the community enjoys Main Beach. It is growing and people are Ted Avenue is coming back to its old self. But we need to ensure that we're moving as a city and we're able to provide the offerings to those particular communities. We did go out and get support from the community organisations to ensure that they're supportive of that offering, which the community is supportive of. I do take on board the gaming consultation, and this wasn't about going out there and do a consultation whether we want gaming or whether we want to do consultation in relation to accommodation. This is an application to provide a hotel usage, but also put conditions in place that does protect that amenity. And at some point, we as a city need to ensure that we're keeping up with times. And a condition here, I would hope, is a condition for us to say to whoever's out there, we're accepting this usage, but there are things that we actually are conditioning. And if someone wants to come back down the track and put that to council,
I'm sure they'll end up in this room here having that same debate. And until that community consultation's done and that application comes here, we won't know that answer. But what today is doing is supporting a local business in a high density area that's changing, surrounded by light rail, someone doing the right thing, community wants it, and our city plan currently doesn't allow, as the officer's recommendation, for us to be flexible. In my opinion, we have the ability to become flexible. We have the ability to put conditions in place to manage that situation. And when they come back, if anyone applicant comes to the city with a change, I'm sure our officers, who do a great job, and they've done a great job in this application, will assess that accordingly. And it's important at that time that the officers assess it to the according of the time and the city plan at that time. And that's why we're here today. We're sitting here to make a decision whether we can be flexible but ensure we're protecting the amenities of the local residents. So for me, I'm asking support to support a local business that the local community support, but put conditions in there that we protect for our city. My understanding when I came into this job was that was our job, to ensure we protect the city, but we protect businesses and we protect the community lifestyle. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where our city plan has a challenge with that. And also, we've mentioned other cases. Each case is case by case. I know we mentioned a case, but I don't think that's really relevant to this case because there were different circumstances to the two cases. So I don't believe that debate in relation to a previous case is relevant to this particular case. So all I'm doing is reaching out to everyone here to say, it'd be great to support a local business with the challenges we have with the city plan and the local community, but also put protections in place. Currently, we have a business there that has no limitations for numbers. We have a premises there that has no limitation on car parking. We have a street there that has no limitation of how many restaurants can be in there. So the environment of that particular area is very different to what I know and what I believe a neighbourhood centre would be. So I'm just reaching out to councillors to say it's an opportunity for us to be flexible in a growing city to actually encourage a local business and the local community. Thank you.
Councillor Hamill, you're going to move a foreshadow?
I'll speak against.
Okay, against.
Mr Mayor, speaking against Councillor Taylor's proposed motion, I want to draw back to city plan because while Councillor Taylor is absolutely correct, we're here to work for business and to protect amenity. We're also here to ensure that city plan is adhered to when it should be. This is one of those things in city plan that it very clearly states is not envisaged to happen. A city plan is complex and hard to read a lot of times of how you follow from acceptable outcome to performance to strategic framework. In neighbourhood centres, this is one of the clearest things in city plan, is it does not envisage hotels. And the officers' report clearly demonstrates that. And for anyone that was committee and listened to the officers at the lectern, that was clear as well. That in their professional assessment, it was clear cut. The neighbourhood centre code, which is endorsed in our city plan, says no hotel land use. I would just caution, and I'll finish with this in speaking against this part, but I would caution councillors to seriously think about what that precedent sets. We have a very strong recommendation for refusal in this report. And if you happen to be at committee or watch committee, a very strong report from officers in suggesting we should refuse this. So just think on that refusing this, and for the councillors that have got neighbourhood centres in their divisions and maybe have a restaurant that already operates, think about unintended consequences. Are you prepared to have applications coming in for hotel land use changes in your neighbourhood centres as well across other parts of the city?
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In giving regard to this application, I think we have to remember that we don't serve the city plan serves us, and there are circumstances that come up when, from time to time, that require some local knowledge about the evolution of how our neighbourhoods and communities evolve, how they develop, how they grow, how businesses provide what the market wants, what the community wants, and how they become successful. And I think it's actually ridiculous to suggest that the city plan can move as quickly as we might want it to as we see a community change. Frankly, in this case, I think Councillor Taylor has put a really strong case for seeking an appropriate approach to enabling a business that is already doing the things that the community wants. They're not proposing to change those things. They're just acknowledging that sometimes people walk into Manos and order a drink but not food. I know it sounds disastrous that people might think to do that. I can't say that I've ever been there. I have been in Tedder Avenue. Actually, I went to a gallery exhibition opening in Tedder Avenue, and I saw a bustling place that did not, in my head, characterise itself really as a neighbourhood centre. It seemed like a restaurant precinct. It really seemed like a thriving, flourishing restaurant precinct. And it occurs to me that even in the pictures on the Manos website, you know, they're doing live music and sports. They got 9 big screens, 8 beers on tap, live music, weekly events and theme nights. They're doing curry nights. They are doing curry nights. Trivia as well. For Councillor Caldwell's information, they're also doing trivia nights. But the point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Mayor, is they're actually doing all these great uses that we love in our city, but they haven't got poker machines. And they've even very openly said on the sign they put up in the community when they lodged their development application, no accommodation, no gaming machines. They're very clear about it. And I think that today some councillors have talked about setting a bad precedent. So that hotels, if we approve this hotel in a neighbourhood centre, then other people will submit hotels in a neighbourhood centre. And frankly, if this precedent of a hotel application being lodged, clearly omitting the land uses or activities of poker machines and accommodation were to be submitted, I think that councillors in this room, whether it's this council or a future council, will be able to exercise sufficient judgment to say yes or no to that application, because that's what a future applicant would need to do. They can't just get a little code accessible delegated authority change to add poker machines. That's not going to happen. They're going to have to submit a brand new application. It is still going to be impact accessible. We're still going to have to assess it. We're still going to have to use our judgment. We're still going to have to assess it against the city plan at the time. And so this suggestion that's loosely implied that a future applicant will be able to turn into a poker den is actually ridiculous, because unless the council resolve that that should occur, that's not what's going to occur. Even if we go back and we look at the condition of approval that we put up here and it clearly says no poker machines, it's our obligation to refer to that. Frankly, I think this is a really good outcome. I'm really encouraged by the Main Beach Association's words here. I confirm that the Main Beach Association, which I understand is one of the main community groups in the area, is supportive of Manos's application to be classified as a hotel in order for them to obtain a licence to operate as a large bar. And then another note here, you know, the Main Beach Business and Tourism Association, which I'm assuming is another kind of Chamber of Commerce type organisation. After discussion with our members, local business and community, we have no objection to Manos and Tedder being classified as a hotel in order for the criteria to be approved as a large bar. There's absolutely sufficient supportive reference material here for us to exercise our judgment. I do want to note how much I appreciate the council officers' adherence to the city plan. That's their job. It's their job to look at the city plan, assess an application and make a recommendation to councillors. But there's actually certain occasions where councillors need to exercise our personal judgment about what's best for a community and actually include sufficient protections and conditions to make sure the community interest is served. In this case, we're actually asking this business to operate just as they already have. They're just trying to do the right thing. And our city plan shouldn't stop them from doing that, and definitely this council shouldn't stop them from doing that. Frankly, this should be supported. I think Councillor Taylor has come out, he's done his homework, he's put a great process together. The council officers themselves have provided the conditions of approval. They've even provided all the wording for it, so they can conceive that this is actually something that councillors can decide. Frankly, we should support Councillor Taylor in this, we should support Manos, and frankly, we should go there for a drink sometimes.
Against the motion, Councillor Owen Jones, you put up your hand before, didn't you? I have to go over there first.
Mr Mayor, there's nothing I like more than passion and passion from people that weren't able to attend a Planning and Environment Committee where we actually went through a presentation and the agenda, and we, as a council, seek time and time again to try our best to support officers and support the city plan. And so we actually have a city plan so that we can follow it, not so that we can ignore it. I think that the applicant has made a choice and the officers have provided a recommendation, and all bar Councillor O'Neill at the committee voted in support of the officer's recommendation. Mr Mayor, I think that the applicant could have made a choice. They could have made a choice to put an application in for 2 small bars and be code accessible and have a cap of 120 persons for their premises, and then that wouldn't have impacted on all of the land uses that flow with a hotel, including, as you yourself have pointed out, the ability of hotel licences to have 2 off-site bottle shops attached to the licence. And that to me is just one very quick example of the unintended consequences of making decisions on the fly when we don't actually... So I haven't seen any of the conditions other than that page. You know, we've flicked through briefly. I know that Councillor Tozer suggested earlier that he was going to move an amendment to pick up some transport concerns from memory that he might have had.
Mr Mayor, I will move that amendment when you are ready.
Yeah, perfect. But like, I mean, that's the challenge. So whilst the officers have prepared this motion, I think that they've done that to help facilitate a conversation that Councillor Taylor was to have today. So I don't see it as an endorsement of the officers in preparing the conditions that we've been put forward. I see it just as the officers trying to facilitate a councillor to achieve an outcome, but without the benefit of a report, without the benefit of an acoustics report, without the benefit of a social amenity report, and clearly with some concerns regarding transport. So, look, I love the fact that Manos are having a crack at trying to create a hotel, but I think that there are probably other ways that they could have gone about it and achieved it through a code-accessible application process.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I'm going to move an amendment, which is effectively the motion as it is, but just with a condition that addresses the information provided on page 418, which is effectively an acceptable outcome under AO6. It relates to casual surveillance of public areas and incorporating lighting to reduce opportunities for crime, which is that's the description of the performance outcome. And so what I'm seeking to put is effectively the motion that Councillor Taylor has approved with an appropriate condition that says that a suitable CCTV solution, including lighting, be included on the street frontage and rear loading dock areas. Yeah, that'll do.
Okay, could you take that to the minute taker for me?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Has you got it?
Okay. Mechanical CCTV accepted.
If you got it.
Mr Mayor, while that's being typed out, could I just ask a quick question off Mick, just to save some time?
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Please stand up.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, Mr Mayor, through you to Mick. Is it usually the case that when we would receive a development application for a hotel use or anything that touches on liquor licensing, that the applicant would provide a social impact assessment or study?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it usually is because that's part of the city plan. So in dealing with that part of the city plan, that's the usual response to provide that report.
And Mr Mayor, through you to Mick, what issues would normally be canvassed in that social impact study? So I'm trying to get to, I suppose, understand what the deficit is in the information that we would usually be provided in order to make a fully informed decision.
Mr Mayor, I don't really have a clear answer to that one because they're often different, and depending on the location that they're in, might be dealing with different issues. So I'm sorry, I can't really provide a straight answer to that one.
Mick, after council decides on the DA level, land use level, the applicant still has to go to liquor licensing, and at that time, all the reports would be required for liquor licensing for the general licence to be issued. Am I right?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe that's correct. I think that's the standard approach that the state takes. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't do all those for nothing. Councillor Tozer, are you happy with the added to the amended motion on the screen?
Yeah, so the motion, just for clarity, is the full motion of Councillor Taylor with just that addition.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor? I think I can't recall whether Councillor Taylor can. I think you can move the procedural the amended motion to your motion. Yep. So we'll take that. So would you like to speak on the motion? Why you added that in?
Yeah, this element I think addresses the omission of an acceptable outcome in the application I outlined on page 418, and I think addresses, at least to some extent, some of the challenges in relation to community safety that are articulated in the report. I think actually delivers a good community outcome to the broader area of Main Beach and Terror Avenue as well.
Okay. Question, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, to drag this on. I wonder if the move of the amendment intends to also introduce conditions that address the other lacking elements, such as the provision for service vehicles, car parking, the local amenity, and the social and health impacts of the proposal, or are you just restricting to this?
The amendment that I'm putting up seeks to specifically deal with this issue, which is outlined on page 418, but doesn't deal with those others. But I'd support a further amendment that addresses some of those things if someone wanted to propose it.
All right. One more question, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Mr Moran. Am I correct in my understanding that if we supported this today, there would be unrestricted numbers and intensity? There's no clarity regarding that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, not through this planning approval, if it was to be given.
Yeah, but regarding numbers, they'll be dictated by two main departments. Yeah. One is liquor licensing, and the other is the fire department. So the numbers will be, I can't see the increasing in numbers because the rules of working in the number of patron for that, there's no exit change, no structural change. So for them to wanting more clientele, like liquor license is not going to increase it. Right, speaking against the amended motion, I go to Councillor.
Comment there. It sounds like you answered Councillor Gates' question. It was my understanding that the liquor licensing provisions and the fire provisions of any business restrict the number of people in the building.
Yeah, that's what I'm
correct.
saying.
But that's not something that we govern. That's something that.
No, that's right.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'm saying the governance of the restriction will be, those people will be on top of that.
So effectively, by approving this, we're actually, almost delegating that obligation for development compliance to those. It's their responsibility, not ours now. That's great.
It's their domain.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So, Councillor Taylor, to close.
You get to close debate on the amendment, not the motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, the amendment and the changes are here to protect the community. And it's important to understand the current business we have now does not have limits in relation to numbers, and it does not have controls for car parking. But as mentioned previously, this is controlled through the building provisions, so any premises needs to have a controlling number, whether we have numbers or not. Liquor licensing do control the sound acoustic, so even if someone has a bar, a restaurant, there's still the same acoustic requirements. Social impact is also controlled through liquor licensing, so liquor licence will still control the social impact of that area, because we're talking about the area because there's multiple venues in this spot. So those particular areas, as much as we're talking about it today, an approval today does not give them the right to actually achieve those licences. They still need to have a socio-economic report. They need to ensure their acoustics and licence, no different to any other venue on the Gold Coast or restaurant or in any neighbourhood centre. But this change also gives us strengthening a security in that particular area, not just that one restaurant. It will also assist other restaurants in that area. Okay. Thank you.
The debate's closed. Councillors, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. For the amended motion, okay. Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against? The amendment's lost. So we go back to the original motion. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Yeah, the original motion. Against? Motion's lost. There was a division call? Okay, well, I'll call it again. All in favour, show of hands. The motion. This is the motion. Division?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Lacastro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, the motion's lost. No, you didn't vote it. You didn't vote shadow it. Did you? All right, we'll go to the photo shadow motion. That becomes a motion. That for the refusal. Put on the screen. Just a second. On the screen. Oh, it needs a 3B. Committee recommend. So your foreshadow is the committee recommendation. Right. Move Councillor Hamill, seconder Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer and Councillor Taylor.
Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Thank you, Nick. We go to water, waste and energy. To the energetic Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Thursday the 8th of June 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, who's the Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Owen-Jones?
If I could deal with 6.3 separately, Mr Mayor, I don't intend to support it.
Okay, 6.3. Councillor O'Neill, would you... Oh, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden?
I'm happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Okay, good. Councillor Bowden, you seconding it? Councillor Vorster, seconder? you want to speak on it?
Can briefly, Mr Mayor, I just think it's a great recommendation by the officers, a comprehensive report, and I think this kind of initiative provides great outcomes for the broader community. And personally, I hope it's something we look to implement at a number of our open channel drains around the city as we move forward in a modern, growing city. Thank
you. Against? Council?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll speak against it in the context of we currently have a functioning drain that isn't in any immediate danger of not functioning. We're allocating $160,000 to do a study in regards to effectively an urban wetlands as part of a different alternate to stormwater treatment. The $160,000, Mr Mayor, is for consultants. At committee, I had asked the question in regards to cost, and a high-level estimate of cost of actual construction was $1.6 million for approximately 300 metres or 300 lineal metres off replacement. And we would also ask the question at committee, Mr Mayor, in regards to whether or not there are any other drains in the city that met at a high level the same type of treatment. And we've been provided by email a list not by division but by park effectively, which looks at some 100 plus drains. Mr Mayor, I represent an area of Helensvale which was on that list around Rugby Park, where we have several open drains, and those open drains are also adjacent to grassed areas which provide active play. I personally struggle with the idea of spending almost $2 million on a demonstration project. I think that in these times we have an obligation to our ratepayers to be very careful in regards to how those funds are spent. I accept the fact that this is a commitment to a planning study for $160,000 and doesn't necessarily commit the city to the capital cost, but I think that we all have an obligation to realise when we ask for studies to set us on a path of going into a capital project, that we're basically also largely committing to the capital project. And $2 million replacing something that currently functions is not something that I can agree with, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was actually really encouraged to see this report come through and some of the unique solutions proposed for what is a drain. I just note that on page 53 of the agenda it talks about the proposal of about 300 metres of overall length through Abbott Park is intended to provide approved amenity, microclimate, water quality, habitat and other co-benefits to the Bigara Creek Dam catchment. I've got to say I actually don't know this area very well, but when I read the report and thought about the kind of things that we should be working on and trialling in the city, it's turning kind of concrete expanses into more environmentally friendly solutions. I think that's actually a good spend of our money. In fact, we want to be leading the way in that as far as local governments across Australia. And frankly, it looks like this might end up being a great outcome. I don't think we are compelled or obligated in any way to support the capital project if there are other priorities once we get through this, but I think this trial and the design process will actually be a really valuable exercise for us to work out where this sort of solution can actually deliver better environmental outcomes. If we're really serious about the environment, we actually do want to create better habitat, water quality and co-benefits to dam catchment areas. Frankly, this is the sort of thing we should be doing, and I'm really supportive of the motion. I hope Councillor Barton-Lumsden's project gets up.
Against the motion? Question? Okay, then Councillor, no against, Councillor Barton-Lumsden's to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As the motion states, this is funding for an investigation into the conversion of an open channel drain into a naturalised project. The report was very comprehensive in talking about the benefits of this type of initiative in terms of urban cooling, creating of usable public open space for residents, as well as improving water quality, all those kind of things. There's a number of councils around the country that are making these kind of changes in their local government areas, and from all the reporting I've seen, they've all been very well received. They've gotten quite positive media attention. And the reporting from them is when these projects have been implemented, they deliver a significant cost saving for residents in terms of maintenance. There are similar drains in Division 7 that are currently experiencing quite significant failures. I actually suggested some of those drains for a similar kind of treatment due to the constraints of those drains, they weren't appropriate or able to have such a similar thing implemented. What we are experiencing though is because there is such significant costs in maintaining them, planning to replace them at those end-of-life costs, the cost of making this conversion seems to be on par with the cost of replacing a drain anyway. There's significant costs in those kind of rectification work. So what we have here is either the option to pre-plan and prepare for a conversion that will provide lots of positive benefits for residents in terms of the usability of the space, but also cost savings on maintenance, as opposed to just a like-for-like replacement, which in itself will be very expensive. I acknowledge that Councillor Owen-Jones said we don't want to make a replacement of a currently functioning asset. The motion doesn't speak to that. It's pre-planning design works for when the asset reaches that end of life, which I think the report suggested was about 10 years' time, hoping no critical failures prior to that. But beyond that, there's a number of assets around the city that are quite similar. I'd like to see this implemented. So if there's other similarly eligible places around the city, I would very much be open to seeing them come forward as a separate report to receive a similar treatment. However, the officers suggested that we'd gotten advice from an external expert in this space who'd assessed that list of 100-odd places and determined that this was the most appropriate place to do these design works and to consolidate a plan moving forward. For this Abbott Park specifically, a few other councillors said they didn't know the space in itself. It's seen in the last 2 years close to $1.5 million of embellishments and assets. It's a very well-used park. It's really favourable in the community, and as the photos in the report show, this drain really does drop the amenity. It looks a bit of a cesspit at times, and it bisects the park straight through the middle. So beyond just all the cost saving and whatnot benefits, it'll provide a very positive amenity benefit to residents in the area. And just the fact that we've actually received this as a report, it really does show a mind shift change in council, that we're not just doing things as we've always done. We are having a mind to the future. We are putting amenity, the environment and those kind of aspects at the forefront of our thinking, and that we are willing to make those kind of changes to improve the Gold Coast lifestyle. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, 7.1 if we could.
7.1 we're going to, councillors.
So, Mr Mayor, this is a closed session item, and I wasn't looking to ask any questions or talk, and a way they've had to go in the close was just to speak to it quickly if I could.
All right, do you want to move it?
Yes, please.
Move. Seconder, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Mr Mayor, we received an incredibly interesting report at the last Water and Waste and Energy Committee on the possibility of our future integrated recycling and energy precinct. The work that is being done by our city officers in this team to take us on this journey towards what will be not just critical infrastructure for our city but for our region as well. And it was just to encourage all councillors that aren't on Water and Waste Committee that probably in 3 or 4 rounds' time, I'm thinking, Cathy, that there will be the next update on this where there will be a lot more information available, that I think we should make sure that all councillors know that item is in there and encourage everyone to come along, because it is a very, very interesting project that will have very long-term ramifications in the positive nature for the city, and we should all be aware of it.
Against? No. Anyone against? Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To echo Councillor Hamill's words, this actually has amazing positive impacts for the city into the future, and it actually is a cracking example of how we actually can do things differently as a city. And Mr Mayor, there isn't words here in regards to writing to other levels of government, but if there was one project where we should be looking to encourage our state and our federal members to be involved in, it's this one, because it has the potential to be a not insignificant capital investment from this city into the future, and it's something that both levels above us should be very interested in. If they want to join us in being the greenest, or some say, the greenest council in all of the land, this is a ground floor opportunity for them to commit funds to our city, Mr Mayor.
I will put that on my advocacy radar.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Follow on from Councillor Owen-Jones. When this came to council first, when we initially put it forward, was it in the? I think it was in the motion that you write to state and federal about our project.
Yeah, I've started doing that already.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hamill, to close. Happy to close. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items separately? Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to draw your attention to item 8.1, and I'm happy to move the committee recommendation, which is that the green organics bin service expansion presentation be received and contents noted.
Oh, okay. And seconder, Councillor Tozer, you speak on that?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to yield the floor to the committee chair, but this is another very exciting focus of attention of the committee and has significant ramifications for the city. As you are aware, of course, the state government's introduced a levy on landfill, and we're trying to reduce that drastically. And so one of the elements that we're doing to address that is to distribute about 75,000 additional bins throughout the city, which will be utilised for green organics reception and processing, and this will assist the city and its residents in saving about $160 million over an 8-year period until 2030. So it's a dramatic expansion of our existing waste service, and we're with a big focus on green organics, and this will lead in the future to a comprehensive food organics collection process as well. So I think it's important that all councillors are very much aware of this, and their staff, because the bins are going to be rolling out, I think, as we speak. And so it's...
after we vote. After we vote.
Indeed. No, I think this was begun yesterday or something.
Okay.
So I think it's important that council and their divisional staff are aware of this, because there may be inquiries from the public. There will be a coordinated campaign of, to ensure the community knows what's going on, but I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
Anyone speak against? Councillor O'Neill?
Not against, but I just wanted to add too that there is an extensive communications program started by Waste and Water about the program that's just about to roll out. I believe that we're putting extra staff in customer service to answer any queries, and of course they will be answering one-on-one queries for anybody who wants to actually opt out, if there's reasons to do so. So that all came forward in the presentation. So a great project, but we really need to make sure people come along with us and know everything. Thank you.
All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, the media has been waiting for a while on 12:30. I'm meant to do something with them. So either we take a 10-minute break, or Councillor Gates can chair. Do you want to take a break, or Councillor Gates, you want to take the chair? Okay. Keep going.
Okay, hello. How are you? Very well, thanks. Is your back sore? How do you get responses?
What? That's their excuse. Talk about it. I'm not ignoring it, acting bad.
think you are. Okay, councillors, a little bit of quiet. Okay, yeah, let's get going. So, did we start this? No, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I move the report of the Governance, Administration Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 13th of June 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 10 be received.
Seconded, Councillor Brooke Patterson. All in favour? There's no changes to the... No, okay. All in favour?
There is a correction.
That is carried. Oh.
It's a very minor correction, I beg your pardon. On the title page of the unconfirmed minutes, it's got the wrong date. It says Tuesday the 16th of May.
That was the last one.
So that was the last round. And I'll sit down so we can smash this out.
I recognise that Councillor Peter Young might not have been with us at the time, but we've dealt with it.
He's still where he was. Okay.
Pedro.
Any items, councillors?
So, Councillor Gates, I think we're going to go to 6.6 if I was guessing. Yeah, excellent.
Okay, so would you like to go there rather than Councillor Patterson?
So I'm going to move it, and Councillor Patterson, I reckon, is going to support it.
Okay, so do I have a seconder? Councillor Owen-Jones is moving item 6.6.
So I'll just speak briefly to it because the administration
Councillor Patterson.
The administration came to the council with a suggestion of effectively disposing of 10 used vehicles that the city had used on effectively on South Stradbroke Island and had reached their end of life and are being replaced. The officers had made a suggestion in regards to a dollar amount for disposal, and after a hearty round of conversation at council, we've ended up at an amount which is the book value plus the renovation costs of the compactor units, so that we will be contributing those 10 vehicles to be used by the Torres Strait Regional Council on their 10 islands. And I think it's a great example of the second largest local government authority in Australia and Queensland helping out what is probably one of the very smallest councils in Queensland. And I thank the CEO for the conversation that he had at committee and the fact that he has liaised directly with the Torres Strait Island Council to achieve, I think, a great result for them and a worthwhile result for our city, showing that we are prepared to help whenever we can.
Thank you, Chairman. Any speakers against? Could I just add that in speaking with the CEO since this initial recommendation was made, would you like to talk about your feedback, Mr. CEO?
Certainly, Acting Mayor. So I have informed the CEO of the committee's decision, making it clear that it was pending this decision, and I can tell you that they are very excited and very thankful and were quite emotional when they were told about it.
So, no speakers against, I presume, so we'll take the vote. All in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Owen-Jones. Any other items, councillors? I'll go back to Councillor Owen-Jones.
Acting Chair. As I close, just in regards to item 7.1, which was a presentation that the city officers had given regarding our risk focus areas, and I thank Rich in particular for being very passionate about risk, but I'd recommend to all councillors that they make sure that they look at that presentation, and if they have any queries, to contact Rich, who I'm sure will talk them through it. So having said all of that, I move the remaining recommendations of the Governance, Administration, Finance Committee be adopted.
Thank you, and that's seconded by Councillor Patterson. All in favour? That is carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to Economy, Tourism and Events, and I'll go to you, Councillor Lacastra.
Moneybags Lacastra. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on Tuesday 13th of June 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 3, be received.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Tozer. All in favour? That is carried. Any items, councillors? Councillor Owen-Jones.
Just 7.1 to briefly touch on what I spoke at the committee in regards to the fact that I have I was going to say not insignificant, but it actually is an insignificant investment in a beer manufacturer and a gin manufacturer, and I didn't actually make a declaration at committee, but I just wanted to make the councillors aware if anybody was excited about that.
Does anyone have any issue with that? No?
Madam Chair, at the committee, Councillor Owen-Jones explained at some length about it and talked about how insignificant it was. It doesn't, yeah, there's no comment to me about it. Yes.
Just to wrangle the problem.
It would be akin to me, for us making a decision about Telstra and me being a minor, like a very minor shareholder of a Telstra share. Okay. That would be, that's the kind of description, and the actual act addresses that sort of shareholding quite specifically, and so.
Fine. Councillor Young, you have...
Oh, no, I just had a question. I'm sorry. I just had a question on 7.1.
Okay.
Does it straight to confidential?
So we'll go to 7.1.
Yeah.
Oh, second, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you very much. So that's moved by Councillor Owen-Jones, seconded by Councillor Tozer. And your question, Councillor Pauline Young?
And Acting Chair, I believe this is a closed, was it a closed item?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a closed item, and I think the question that I might ask might need to go into closed.
Yes, the CEO is happy for you to ask the question.
And I'll let you know if we need to go into closed.
Okay, so in what we're indicating here is that the council approves the negotiation of an incentive grant up to the range of the calculated. I would just like to, my question is, do any of the other smaller establishments in the city, the smaller...
Like establishments?
Like-minded, have they ever been receipt of a grant? Because most of those have been, I would say all of them have been from grassroots, and we are very much for supporting our grassroots businesses within the city.
I'll go back to the CEO.
Sorry.
Yeah.
To answer.
I think the best way for me to answer is I understand what you're asking, and I'm happy to provide that on notice for you, Councillor.
Okay, so would you like to close?
The industry or the dollar amount that we're prepared to invest, but I will suggest that the business attraction opportunity is all exactly about that. It's actually about attracting additional business into our city. We have a thriving sector already, which has largely got there by bootstrapping themselves, either investing their own dollars or through a small equity raisings. This applicant has made an approach to the city. We are definitely trying to encourage them. They are an existing operator, but I think that they fit neatly into what we do here on the Gold Coast and what we do in Queensland. So I thank the officers for bringing it to us, and we had a discussion in committee about some other opportunities that they may not have looked at as part of that because they haven't definitely decided where they want to go. So I'd really be interested to see if the officers are able to land something positive there in the coming months.
Thank you very much. We'll take the vote. All in favour? That is carried. Against?
Can it be noted against, please?
Okay. Noted that Councillor Vorster and Councillor Pauline Young voted against the recommendation. Any other items, councillors? Then I shall go back to the chair. Thanks, Councillor Lacastro.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will move the remaining recommendation, 7.2 be adopted. Thank you.
Seconded, Councillor Tozer. All in favour? That is carried. Thanks, councillors. Okay, so there's no notices of motion. Question on notice was the one, councillors, that we got a response on in relation to a query that I had about speed cameras within school zones. and we've received the information on our agenda item today, so that is fine. I'll go over to Councillor McDonald regarding the presentation of a petition.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I'd like to move that Council receives this, where are we? That the petition requesting Council to review traffic operations in Tabalban Street and Reserve Street, Burleigh Heads, be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration and report to Council.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. All in favour? That is carried.
Can I just, would you mind?
No, I've just had a reminder that you can simply present the petition at this point in time,
okay.
Not speak to it.
Sorry, not speak to it?
No, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Central Southern Gold Coast.
Thanks, Councillor
Could I just ask that I did put the petition, because I was asked to read out the full few pages, which
You can read what you want, but not speak to it.
Right, okay, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Petition to Council of the City of Gold Coast, we the undersigned respectively petition the City of Council of Gold Coast in response to 824 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting minutes and the Bitsios Consulting Koala Park traffic study to respond and resolve the following four matters. How did Council's consulting engineers, Bitsios Consulting, come to the conclusion to upgrade the classification of the Ikina Tabalban route from a collector to a major collector? Which infrastructure road design guides were used? Also, which engineering best practices and national benchmarks, Australian standards, were applied to this outcome? How did the Council's consulting engineers, Bitsios Consulting, to come to the conclusion that the Reserve Street diversion remains as is? Why was this diversion left out of the study? Which best practice and national benchmarks were used as to how Council still allows traffic from a high order road to be diverted into a lower order adjacent streets only to continue back onto itself? Number 3, how does Council consider the tokenistic consultation process appropriate for an engineering problem when Council themselves created the problem in the first place? Number 4, I did advise the lead petitioner that I wasn't going to read out the 5 or so pages, but I have handed out the petition to all the councillors, which they would have received today. I so move.
Okay. Have I taken the vote? No.
Yes.
I have. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Lost my way.
Okay.
That's all right. No. It wasn't this. Okay, all right. Sorry, councillors. We actually have a closed session report as the next item. The basis for the confidentiality is that matters may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals, and negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. So we do need to go into closed session for this next report. I have a mover, Councillor Vorster, and seconded Councillor Pauline Young. All in favour? That is carried, and we are now live streaming off.
Right. Actually, I'll do this properly. Councillor, I move the procedural motion that we deal with item 13 on question on notice. Seconder? Good. Thank you, Councillor Jones. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Okay, there was an item I noticed that Councillor Gates did ask about a speed camera, so tick. Yep, beautiful. All right. And then there's a question on notice. I'd like to draw attention to a slide. Do we have this slide? I draw your attention, when the slide comes up, I draw your attention to the one with the red apple. Okay.
Slide 3, Tracy.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Councillors, I normally don't comment on other council because that's not what we do. But at the Courier Mail of today's date, residential rates has risen an average of 3.45% in council budget, meaning Brisbane Council, for next financial year, costing household roughly $1.50 extra per week, compared to $4 a week for Gold Coasters. Now, my attitude here is that the Lord Mayor can look and pat himself on the back. Congratulations. No need to drag us in and try to go, we did better than you. But since you've done that, let me bring to everyone's attention that it contains falsehood. And so, there are several questions I'd like to ask our Chief Finance Officer. And how much debt does Brisbane have and how does this compare to the Gold Coast?
Mr Mayor, Brisbane's current debt levels are 4 times that of the City of Gold Coast. So you'll see there in the table, Gold Coast currently has $595 million in debt. Brisbane City Council is $2.45 billion. But when we talk about debt, we need to consider our future CapEx investment and look at what we're projecting our debt to be into the future. So you'll see with Gold Coast, we're projecting our debt to be by 30 June 27, $1.03 billion. Brisbane City Council's projection is $3.03 billion. However, you will see that their CapEx is dropping. It drops from $1.4 billion down to $700 million by 2027, whereas the City of Gold Coast investment is $777 million, $708, $797, and then $902 million.
Yeah.
And we should consider that in light of the population as well that you'll see there in the table.
So it's astounding that we're going to spend more on capital expenditure for our citizen on the Gold Coast, in the same time marginally moving up our debt. Brisbane going to have another $500 million or $500 million in debt increase, and at the same time they're spending less. So that's really the matter of fact. That's really clarified my thoughts on that. And on how does the average Brisbane ratepayer pay in 2023-24 for all their rates and utility charges?
Okay. So, Mr Mayor, in the Lord Mayor's budget speech that was released yesterday, it clearly says that owner-occupiers pay an average in general rates of $1.50 extra per week, which represents 3.45%. So using that information, we've been able to back solve what the Brisbane rates notice looks like. I've cross-checked it I got my mum to send me her Brisbane City Council rate notice.
No, real.
I've got the Urban Utilities. Urban Utilities released their pricing last Wednesday on the 8th of June, and we've been able to calculate what the Brisbane City Council rate notice looks like versus the City of Gold Coast, because the $1.50 didn't include water, didn't include waste, that was general rates only, whereas our $4 did. So when you look at it overall, and in terms of the overall dollar value that the average Brisbane City Council ratepayer pays is $4,534 versus Gold Coast just over $4,000 when you add in all of the rates and charges that they pay. And that's for an average ratepayer.
$500 more. You know, I can hear shame, shame, shame coming out from the back. And so how many Brisbane ratepayers are on a minimum general rate?
So we've calculated that the minimum general rate, the valuation threshold for the minimum general rate, whilst Brisbane claim that they've got the lowest minimum general rate in South East Queensland, the actual minimum general rate threshold is $352,000, and there's not a lot of properties that would be on that valuation. So Karen and I looked through the maps yesterday. We found a couple of suburbs that have a median valuation around that $300,000 mark, for example, Inala, for example, Wacol, but most of the suburbs in Brisbane are much higher than that minimum, so we're estimating that not a lot of the rate base actually pay that minimum.
I see. Yeah, no, it's all right for people in Inala. They've got a good leader there. Anyhow, how does sorry, I've got the Yerky Herkies from Brisbane. How does, and you know what's going to happen after this? I'm going to have to travel. I'm going to have to travel to Brisbane and say hello to OIA after this.
All because of Bob's question.
That's right. That's right. Now, how does Gold Coast capital expenditure compare to Brisbane over the next 5 years, please? This is what's really important.
So I think we touched on this earlier, so I'll just go back to that graph. So Brisbane's is the blue, and you can see it goes from 1.4 billion in 23-24 down to 706 million a few years later. And you can see the City of Gold Coast ramps up from 770 million up to 902 million. Again, I'll just emphasise that, you know, our net asset base at Gold Coast is 18 billion. Whereas Brisbane's is 32 billion. And given the population growth and the population, you would expect Brisbane's to be higher than what it is, and it is unusual that it is tapering down.
Yeah, amazing. So I just, there's more question even.
If Dorothy's finished, Mr Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Jones. Please stand.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we had a slide that talked about apples and oranges, and I don't want to see it again, but but I'm interested in the debt figure because is that just the Brisbane City Council, or does it include the debt that might be lurking in their water retailer?
It doesn't include the water debt. It's just the Brisbane City Council debt.
And this is one of the challenges that we've always faced. Our CapEx program is actually higher than the Brisbane City Council going forward, and we're also investing in water. So, so in order to actually see how much better we are than Brisbane, you'd also need to be looking at their debt that they carry in their water retailer.
Yeah, and I'll be Dorothy for a minute.
Your turn.
And the amount of debt in their water is, their proportion is probably around 1.5 billion. So you add that on top of their 3 billion. So I say this, councillors, this is a very stern warning this way as we march towards Olympics 2032 and Paralympics. City of the Gold Coast are ready for our hosting, the co-hosting of the events on the Gold Coast, because our our facilities are built, ready, able and willing, and it'll be top-notch, ready to go. Brisbane hasn't got the money. They'll be sucking all the state's coffer to build the Gabba and the other major whatever it's called? Temporary pool. Together with that, I can see why other mayors, regional mayors that I've met, are worried that the Treasury will be empty as Brisbane will be taking money from the state government to build these infrastructure for the games. And because when you look at it, they're coming to the table for dinner. It's a bit like one of those friends. You come to the table and then you ask for the cheque and you look up, your mate, to pick up the bill or split the bill. Somehow he's gone to the toilet and you end up having to pay for the whole bill yourself. And that's where Brisbane sits. So happy to be tagged from Brisbane every now and again. But when you tag the Gold Coast, get your facts right. And because we kind of like to straighten things out correctly. Would you like to add anything further, Jackie? Did you add anything further?
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just one last question, or one last point that I think is very relevant, probably a good one to end on to the CFO. Could you give us the breakdown of debt per ratepayer compared between the two cities, please?
So currently the debt per ratepayer is $944 in the Gold Coast versus $1,884 in Brisbane.
Yeah, and that's without the water.
That's without water.
Yeah, so anyhow,
Hop on that fast train and come and live on the Gold Coast.
I think so. But so thank you for prompt answers from questions on notice. And anyway, all this information is going to be available in the public because we don't hide anything for transparency. So if you can give that to all the ladies and gentlemen out the back there. So, councillors, obviously you did item 14, the presentation of petitions. We did that, right? And there's no general business, so you did that as well. Very well. Now we're up to 16.1 and we move into close. Councillor Owen Jones and Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Bye-bye, Adrian. Against? Streaming off. let the gallery in. Streaming on. 16.1, I move that the provision of the cyber security risk assessment presentation be received and contents noted. Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. We now move on to 16.2. And Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to declare a conflict of interest. If I could just get it up on the screen. My conflict is I am the subject of the relevant investigation, and if we go down further, I'm voluntarily deciding to not participate and to leave the room. However, if councillors would like to ask questions of me, I'm happy to do that before I do.
And then leave the room. Okay. Any questions? All right. You sure? Any question? Thank you. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was lucky to be the acting mayor at the time that that this complaint was received by the council, and it's never a good position to be in to be considering the behaviour of one of our colleagues, and I had the opportunity to send this externally for an external report so that that investigator, the chief investigator, did not have to be me. We've got a comprehensive report before us today, and I guess that really is the end of my involvement, and it's up to you as the chair to manage the agenda item before us. But the report is comprehensive. It provides all of the necessary information for us to make a decision today.
Okay. Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, I'm prepared to move the officer's recommendation, but with a change to 2C, which I haven't canvassed with anybody, but if I can loosely direct councillors to page 6, and 150AH allows for certain things to happen in regards to discipline making. And Mr Mayor, I would like to suggest that rather than the current C, which says no action be taken against councillor the councillor, that it be changed that that there be the following action be taken against the councillor, being B1, which is an order that the councillor make a public admission that the councillor has engaged in inappropriate conduct, and B6, which in order that if the councillor engages in the same type of conduct again, it will be treated as misconduct.
No.
No. All right. Councillors, you've heard what the proposed amended, or there's no motion at this stage. First question I asked though, I've heard your comment, and but the first question to see if there's any mover for the recommendation as it is on page 9. Move Councillor Peter Young. Seconder, Councillor Vorster. So I put that's motions on the table with the commentary made by Councillor Owen Jones. Would you like to move that as an amended motion? Okay. Right, so what we'll do, I still don't want the recommendation on the screen. So can you turn the screen off and just amend that recommendation there? And while we talk about that, on that line, well, just let me finish. Do you mean just an amend the recommendation or a separate amendment? No, this is an amended motion, right? So the amended motion to add to, which is amendment to the motion, okay? But when we bring it up and talk about it on the screen, I don't want the councillor's name there until we made the decision. So just, and just to get it correct, that you want to add B, what was it called? Clause 5.1 on page 6, B1 and what's the other one? B6. 1 and 6.
1 and 6?
Yeah, on page 6.
Thank you.
I think our secretaries.
All right. So the amended motion is not alive because I haven't asked for a seconder. I just want the purpose of minute taker doing her paperwork. I'll ask Councillor Peter Young to speak on the motion that's afoot.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As a councillor who's been subject to these kind of investigations in the past, I'm particularly sensitive to the situation that's before us and our responsibility under legislation. And I believe that the recommendation that was made to us as a result of the investigation and the good report, the very robust report that's been provided to us, I think that outcome is most suitable in this circumstance, and I believe that the councillor will and has acknowledged the nature of this problem, and I don't believe that the councillor, and I believe that the councillor will self-regulate in the future, and that this outcome is all that's necessary from us today.
Okay. Then what I'll do now is that I know Councillor Owen Jones wants to do an amendment to the motion. I ask, is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Hamill. So I'll go to Councillor Owen Jones to speak on the amended motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It gives me no comfort or joy to propose an alternate to the recommendation, but the officer's recommendation as it stood was that the councillor had engaged in inappropriate conduct, and the suggestion that I've made in an amendment is, one, effectively that there is a public acknowledgement of that, and two, that there be some effectively additional step taken if the same set of circumstances happens a second time. So now there are a host of other things that are contained in section 150AH, and I don't propose any of those, but Mr Mayor, the unfortunate part of this particular piece of legislation and the process that it goes through is that it arrives here in this room, and it's an expensive process as well. So, the officer's report identifies the administrative costs to date, but not all of the administrative costs. And I think that it is not unreasonable to have effectively an outcome that not only identifies that inappropriate conduct was engaged in, but there are 2 further steps that should be added to that. And as I started with, brings me no joy in suggesting it, but that's what I've done.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. I'm just trying to think. I'll be asking for speaking against the amended motion. Whether it's a minute taker, is it the right time? Can we put it on the screen?
Put it on the screen without the councillor's name.
But the thing is, it's about...
It's time to vote.
Huh?
I think it's fine.
Doesn't matter now. It's just like...
You're going to vote. It's time to vote.
Just that... Where is it? Okay, 1 and 2 there. Okay, because I have to put that on the screen to verify the amended motion is correct in your thought. That's correct?
Yep.
B, 1 and 2?
And it would sit in C, so that
Okay.
So 1 and 2 sits down below in C.
Okay.
That the word no be removed and replaced with the word following. That the following action be taken.
Okay.
And then it's those 2 steps that I suggested,
Yeah.
which one is public acknowledgement, and 2 is the...
You see why I have to put on...
If the same circumstances happen again, it would be misconduct.
Okay. Now, Councillor, you can see why I have to put on the screen. Otherwise, we don't know what we're voting on. Right, so...
The actors say we're practical.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Vorster to speak against the amended motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you, through you, to all of my colleagues for bringing some thought to this matter, because it is important that we all conduct ourselves in a way that meets community expectations, but of course sets an example to an organisation whose culture we hope to bolster for the benefit of our ratepayers into the long term. Mr Mayor, I so wished that Councillor Owen Jones moved an amendment that added that a public admission be made, but to add to is such an extraordinary step. It makes my blood run cold. What he proposes, Mr Mayor, is that if the councillor, whoever that may be, engages in the same type of conduct, we're not talking about the same set of circumstances, we're talking about the same type of conduct, it will be treated as misconduct. And what I'm alive to, Mr Mayor, is that an accumulation of findings of misconduct can ultimately result in the removal from office of a councillor. I'm not sure if it's 3 strikes or what, but it can result in the removal of a councillor. We are playing with live ammunition. And for those councillors who believe
Can you just pause on that? Just sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's an important point. I'll have to go to the General Counsel. The question is that regarding misconduct and what is the legislation if you got 1 misconduct or 2 misconduct when the minister can dismiss a councillor? Because I think it's crucial. If it's 1 misconduct, it's more brutal than 3, you know?
I would just need a moment to look at the...
Just come back to me, and then I'll continue on with... I don't think it diminished your debate, whichever way, but it'd be clearer for our mind. So if you can resume and continue with that, and when you finish your debate, we should have an answer. Okay? Yeah, I'm ready to go with you, and the clock starts again.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you for seeking clarification on that point. My understanding is the Minister has broad discretion to remove councillors, and I can think of at least 1 councillor in another jurisdiction where after an incident the minister proposed removing them from office. My point is this, that by automatically treating a potential future complaint automatically as misconduct really raises the stakes. For alleged conduct, which we understand merely reached the threshold of inappropriate conduct, we are lifting the bar in an extraordinary precedent. And coming to the point that I was about to make, for those councillors who believe that this is not playing with live ammunition, can I draw your attention to one of the other options that might otherwise have been available to us today, and that is number 5. I'm not sure if I can read that, it's just an excerpt from the Act.
Yeah, you can read that.
Right. So it would have been open to Council today to move a recommendation making an order that the councillor is removed or must resign from a position representing the local government other than the office of councillor. This can have an extraordinary impact on the professional standing of a councillor and their reputation. There are real consequences attached to each of these options. And for me, Mr Mayor, it's playing with live ammunition to do anything other than request that apology. I think while no finding has been made because we have not carried a motion, there is a sense, at least from the investigator, that the threshold of inappropriate conduct has been satisfied. I'm personally happy with that. I'm happy for the councillor to make an apology, but to prejudge future behaviour and to put a black mark against that councillor, which may impact them professionally in this career, I find a massive, massive overreach. And considering that this report, this investigation was conducted at arm's length by council at the request of the Deputy Mayor, I think we should be sticking with the arm's length recommendation. And I do not find anything in the arm's length report and recommendation that suggests that potential future conduct be automatically treated as misconduct. I actually just find that trashes the notion of natural justice. I'm not happy with it.
Okay. Then speaking for the motion, then who moved the motion? I can't see. No, the original motion. So I go to you to close the debate.
So, Mr Mayor, I can't support the amendment that's before us. I do believe that Councillor Owen-Jones is being very genuine in his belief and the way that he's brought this to us for discussion, but I think that the councillor has learnt from this exercise, as we all do when our behaviour is exposed and we are vulnerable to a process like this and we have to provide responses. And I think from reading the report that we have, that it's evident that the council has appreciated that things might have been done a little bit differently. In this circumstance, it's really difficult for me to see that the behaviour was so bad that it would in any way support any other outcome apart from what was in the original motion, which is to recognise that it is inappropriate. That's unfortunate, but to take no further action, because I believe that the councillor has accepted that, and we don't need to enable any other punishment, which I think the amendment would achieve. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillors, the debate's closed. We will vote on the amended motion only, the amended motion. And division's called. And I put the amended motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorsto, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Okay. The amended motion's lost. We'll go back to the original motion. Speaking for the motion, anyone? Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, this is never easy for us. We hate having to consider and judge our own, and we do try to work cooperatively as a team as best we can. There's absolutely no joy at all in having to consider one of these charges against a fellow councillor. I think as the investigator, I was really happy to send this off-site for a very thorough report, and I don't think you can dispute that it is a really thorough report. I equally don't think that we can say the behaviour was good. But it might be, in my view, a rookie error. I don't think the councillor, have we? Well, I won't say. I don't believe that the councillor would have deliberately attended the site in any way other than in her very best efforts to address a concern within her community. And so whilst it's been an unfortunate set of circumstances, the Act has provided for a very thorough investigation. I think the recommendation before us agrees that there is evidence of perhaps not the wisest decisions being taken in the investigation of the complaint, but I think that I know how much grief these things cause when your integrity is brought before this forum, when in actual fact there's probably a very wholesome attitude to serve the community and to cover all bases. So I hope that perhaps with the recommendation before us that the councillor will think carefully about her behaviour, but I am going to be supporting the recommendation as it was presented to us.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? The debate's closed then. I go to... Who's the seconder? Councillor Vorster? Could you put that on there? Councillor Peter Young, do you need to close any further? No, thanks. All right. Division's call. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorsto, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young.
Motion carried. Mr CEO, can you ask, I'm not sure if Councillor Patterson's still there.
I think she's left.
She's left.
Mr Mayor.
Okay. Well, councillors, there's no other issues in others. Mr CEO, is there anything else you want to raise? Right, the meeting closed at 15:15.